Yes. Good morning. We just about to start in a minute. Yes. Good morning. Okay. It is time. We really want to keep time. So communicator. In a minute. I'm glad we have three numbers, registering numbers. Okay. With your permission, we really want to time. In a minute. I'm glad. Okay. We want to go before the presence of God so that we have His blessing to start off our day. Let me invite a colleague from our panelist to give us a word of prayer. Rolex, kindly.
Let's believe and pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of life you have given to each one of us this day. We thank you even for the session we are about to have on sensitization on STI mainstreaming. And we pray that whatever knowledge and wisdom we'll gain, we'll apply it effectively to our institutions and for the benefit of our country. We pray that you guide us throughout the session so that we have a fruitful training and sensitization. We pray this believing and trusting in your holy name. Amen.
Okay, thank you, Rolex. Good. Distinguished participants from Tibet and tertiary institution, we are really grateful this morning that you could spare time, that we have this half a day sensitization, very important for our agenda. And we are glad that the kind of the support we are getting from you, we don't take it for granted. We really want to acknowledge and believe this is the show of commitment to make it a success. For our preliminary, before we start off, I just want to indicate that the main objective of this sensitization, or what you believe is every quarter, we normally have this. And actually the purpose and the intent of this is really to facilitate your ease of implementing this STI mainstreaming indicator. So that's important for our country, that's important for our institution. So we want to make it as simple as possible for all of us. Want to increase our accuracy, our efficiency in doing things. So we're going to address some of the challenges that perhaps you are getting, some of the gaps that you have, and we'll endeavor to really tailor it so that we respond to your issues. We believe and we are very grateful because of your diverse institution in terms of numbers, your function and mandates. Really, this is one of the indicators that is really going to assist you and assist our country to move as is intended. Over this half a day session, we will also have to address to go through over the strategy, the STI strategy that we are looking forward to be the instrument to actualize these with a view of institutionalizing STI within our programs and activity. And of course, because of the reporting, a very important component, we're going to address the reporting tools that we have been interacting with. We are very glad for those who have been on the platform. Those who are coming for the first time, you're very much welcome. Kindly feel free to engage us so that we're able to move along together. So generally, it is really focused to to make it easy for you to address this. So for our preliminaries, we will request you in terms of you register on our site charter, kindly give us your institution you are representing and your names so that we are able to appreciate who are on board. The Q&A session, you can raise your issues, your questions, your comments. We have a panelist around who will be able to make all the efforts to respond to your issues and concerns. But we also have a plenary session that you'll be free to raise your issues and your comments and your suggestions as well. They are most welcome. We are looking forward for those, we are welcoming those who are participating for the first time. We will also wish to ask you, indicate for us if you are registering or you are attending for the first time in this conference, with the sole reason so that we are able to know how to engage you and how to support you. Again, we are indicating this, it's open to institution, as these free sessions. Then we also have a demand session. So you can engage us in terms of your needs and your specific concern. So with that, on behalf of NACOSTI, nasema shukrani for your institution commitment and your personal as vocal persons and champions commitment to participate in this. Indeed, we acknowledge you are one of the groups that are really responding so well. We thank you for your support, and that's why we really want to specify this, to spend these days to address your concern. With the program we had shared, ladies and gentlemen, we will make a slight adjustment. First, once we've done with these preliminaries, we will go first to the rationale and the overview of STI indicator, just to set the scene with your indulgence. Then the official opening, the data's presentation will follow immediately after the rationale and overview of this indicator. So you will allow us to proceed that way, and we promise you we're going to deliver the intended objectives of these sensitizations. With your permission now, I would want to take this opportunity to introduce our resource person who will really give us this rationale and the overview of this indicator. Javan Mwiti is the resource person we have engaged as NACOSTI, of course, to give these things the professional approach. Again, NACOSTI has constituted a mainstreaming committee that is on standby to facilitate implementation of this. And at any one point, the committee will always be ready to respond to your concern. So for introduction, I will introduce myself. I'm David Gigi, and I will always be on standby to assist you with the fellow panelists and the committee that is in place. So, Javan, you can take the opportunity to lay the foundation in terms of the overview of this indicator, and for the benefit of those who have not been on board, that we're able to work together. Just in a few moments, as we are loading the presentation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I believe you can hear me well. I'm audible enough, I believe so. Thank you so much, Dr. Gigi, for that introduction. it's my hope that you can hear me from your end, and we can be able to start. Thank you so much. I think I also take this opportunity to welcome you for this Sti Mainstreaming Sensitization for MDAs. Ours basically will be to share the experiences on the best and the most effective way of implementing this indicator from an MDA perspective, share experiences, of course, address challenges that may emerge since we started implementing this indicator, and more so for this period, that is the 2022-2023 financial year. And more so bearing in mind that we'll be reporting, we have now reported for first quarter, second quarter. We are now preparing to report for that quarter by 15th of this month. So that basically we are able to do that effectively and efficiently, and of course ensure that our fourth quarter, which is the only remaining quarter now for implementation before the evaluation or before the end of the financial year, is taken good care of. So basically I'll be taking you through the indicator itself as you committed in 2022-2023. And as you know, NACOST is a specialized agency that is supposed to ensure and coordinate this indicator across the MDAs that are implementing the indicator. And with that in mind, then of course, we look at the background, and know most of you, I've seen from the comment that most of you are joining for the very first time. And I will try our level best as we do the presentation to ensure that we work with everyone. You're able to understand where we come from, what are we doing, and what we need to do better, so that we're able to have a very easy implementation process as we end the year 2022-2023. The indicator itself, if you look at the history, the indicator was introduced through the 18th cycle of performance contracting. And ideally, the indicator was supposed to broaden the R&D that we used to implement then before the act, after the act was revised in 2013. I mean, the act of 2013 that was revised in 2014. So basically, the indicator, the essence of broadening the indicator from research and development, because research is just a subset of the wider science, technology, and innovation. So basically, this was also in alignment to other national development agenda of the country. If you look at Vision 2030, and I know most of you have already aligned your strategic plans with the Vision 2030, with MTP3 then, and of course you have also aligned with with the Big Four agenda then, and of course with the change of government. Most of us are revising our strategic plans. Most of us are developing our strategic plans have come to an end, or probably you are revising, probably you're doing an end term, so that you can be able also to align the strategic plan, your institutional strategic plan, with the government, the manifesto of the government of the day. So all these are part and parcel of processes that help us to mainstream science, technology, and innovation. Because we realize when we talk about Vision 2030, ideally Vision 2030 science, technology, and innovation is an enabler, clearly stated as an enabler, meaning this indicator ideally should cut across to all of us who are implementing Vision 2030. And you know, of course, all of us, we're implementing certain aspirations or certain aspects of Vision 2030. So that's a very powerful way to look at this indicator. Number two, again, I know when you look at your strategic plan, more so as a TVET or more so as an education institution of of education, you are having a lot of innovations. You're having a lot of matters touching on science, technology, innovation, and research specifically. So the spirit here is to ensure that we cover or we carry the entire body and spirit of research, science, technology, and innovation. The best way for that to happen, of course, is through our PCs. When you look at your PC document that you committed for 2022, 2023, under the common date is where you're implementing science, technology, and innovation. Simply meaning, as you plan, because if you look at your performance contract, we start with financial stewardship as the first PC criteria. When you look at that criteria, of course, the first one is on budget. We have matters A and A, you have the pending bills. And of course, if you are externally generating funds, if you have funds that you're externally generating, they're also there. The essence of that, ideally, of the first indicator under financial stewardship, is to support your core mandate, because your core mandate is where, again, you're indicating your programs, your activities that you need to pursue based with your core mandate, based with what you existed to do as per your act. That establishes you. So basically, again, when you look at that, you realize again, that is where science, technology, and innovation is replacing what you used to have as R&D. So sometimes we confuse research, and we want to remain within the domain of research only. But again, you realize research is just a smaller part when you're talking of the entire ecosystem of research, science, technology, and innovation. So basically, that is a very strong basis that helps you basically to plan quickly. Again, when you talk of this indicator, NACOST being a specialized agency, and I know most of you are aware of other specialized agencies with other indicators. Their role is the same. It's of course to develop the indicator. Even for now, 2023, 2024, we can inform you that within that indicator has already been developed. And of course, this is what also happened in 19th cycle. So for 20th cycle, the same has been done as per other from 18th cycle when this indicator came on board. They receive, analyze, and provide feedback. Of course, you're reporting on 15th of this month, and within 15 days after you report, then NACOST will also give you a feedback. The essence and purpose of feedback ideally is to address compliance levels, is to address adherence levels based with what is expected. You committed, you want a roadmap, you want a work plan, you want activities that you committed to do on quarterly basis for the whole year. Then the question is, what is the level of compliance? So the feedback ideally helps you to improve. It helps you to look at what you submitted and probably address any emerging gaps. Provide technical support to the MDE implementation of the relevant performance indicator, and of course, do capacity building. That's exactly what is happening today. This capacity building is supposed to help you implement better, understand any gaps. And of course, as you do the fourth quarter, we expect the experience in terms of the information you are getting, you'll be able to improve that which you are doing. Of course, ultimately, there will be an assessment through the annual performance of the institution. And again, NACOST, after the end of the fourth quarter, is expected to do an evaluation. And the evaluation, of course, will look at the 4 quarters. You'll be able now to assess what was the level of implementation based with what was committed. And of course, submission of the quarterly reports. I mean, submission of the annual scores to performance to PSPMMU, that is Performance Contracting and Monitoring Unit. Again, that will be final. They'll be communicating after evaluation is done. And that way it is very critical for you to ensure that indeed you're able to report for all quarters, you're able to attach the necessary evidence. NACOST has automated the process of reporting. It did, and that makes it easy for you. Even as you report, you're able to upload all the necessary evidence that confirms the attainment of the achievement that you have recorded for that period under review. So that is very, very critical, and we need to observe that, because again, that is the essence of evaluation. That's how you'll be evaluated. From a nutshell, if you are to look at what you do, and as I said earlier, the essence is to infuse science, technology, and innovation in our mandates, in our programs, and in our activities. And the best way for this to happen is to ensure this happens within your core mandate. So as you look at your, and we'll be seeing that later, the implementation matrix, or the PC matrix under which you commit all the indicators, you realize this has been taken care of. Again, when you look at your strategic plan, if you have aligned your strategic plan with aspirations of Vision 2030, with MTP3, and now, of course, we'll be having MTP4 that will be released anytime from now, and of course, the government manifesto, which ideally is the bottom-up economic model. If you have analyzed, if you have been able to align that well, then we can comfortably say we can be able to sustain the growth outcomes based with the infusion of science, technology, and innovation. So basically, it's for us to now, at this particular point, ask ourselves, how are our planning document? How is our strategic plan? Has it been aligned with Vision 2030? Because Vision 2030 is a carrier and STI is an enabler within Vision 2030. Have you been able to align yourself again? Because 2 months ago, we received a communication to OMDs to align our various from our performance contracting, our PCs, which we expect to happen this time around with the bottom-up economic model. Again, when the MTP4 comes out, of course, that's expiration. I mean, the same will be attained. And if you look at MTP4, basically, MTP4 ideally should be actualizing Vision 2030 on 5-year basis. And again, matter, science, technology, and innovation are clearly demonstrated there. So it's for you to ensure you align accordingly. More so if you talk of the next, the 20th cycle, that is 2023-2024 performance contract, when you negotiate and moving forward in terms of negotiation, vetting, and implementation, then you need to align so that reporting becomes easier. Of course, coming back to our 19th cycle, where we are and what we're implementing, the expectation is that now you continue. The spirit is to ensure that that is streamlined, that is taken care of, so that you are able to implement simultaneously. You are able to attain your institutional objective and the wider national objectives. I think the next presentation that will be done will also give you a bigger picture and global picture, and why it is very, very critical to ensure that matter, science, technology, and innovation are taken care of from an institutional perspective, from a national perspective, so that we can be able to attain the bigger national agenda for the country. And that will be done by the Director General. There will be a presentation that will be very deep on that. In terms of relevance, how relevant is this indicator? How relevant is the indicator to your mandate? Of course, I started by saying clearly that this is already within your core mandate. So as you implement your core mandate, science, technology, and innovation is one of the indicators that is there, which you are giving a weight of 2. And basically, as we implement, because our passion, our strength, our energies and everything are directed towards attaining our core mandate, because we exist exactly to attain that. So basically, when we are able to harmonize that, when we are able to attain that, and that's what I was saying, if you look at the first criteria of your PCs, financial stewardship, ideally it's supposed to help you, because when you do budgeting, the expectation is that you'll be able to budget for activities, all the activities under your core mandate, for example. And within your core mandate, one of the activities is science, technology, and innovation. So we expect you to do an allocation. We expect you to, as you report and as that presentation will be done, you realize why it is very critical to ensure that your budgeting process is able to take care of this. For example, when you report under 2%, R&D, research and development, attainment of 2%, at least 2% under research and development. That can only happen when in our budgeting process, we budget for those activities. When we are reporting, we look at the expenditure, the entire cross-cutting expenditure in our spending that touches on matters, research and development. Any money allocated, for example, to support the research and development, equipment, like you, most of you have laboratory equipment, any money that goes towards supporting projects, student project in that area, running programs in science, in the area of science, technology and innovation, in the area of research and development. So basically the area is so wide so that we are able, it's able to cater for everyone. As you talk of relevance, then again, I go back to what I started with. You must ensure all this documentation that have been listed from 1 to 6, they are part and parcel. All of them must have, or when they are aligned well, they will speak about science, technology, and innovation. Your respective strategic plans. From 2019, there is a very strong attempt by government to ensure that we align our individual strategic plans with the Vision 2030 and the MTP3 then, and of course with the Big Four agenda. So since the Big Four agenda has been taken up by the new government in form of bottom-up economic model or the government manifesto of the day, then of course that is very critical critical. And if you look at it keenly, you realize already science, technology, and innovation is anchored. You do that, you cascade it downwards to ensure that your individual work plans, because even next year, when you'll be this year, when you'll be negotiating your 2023-2024 PC, one of the documents that you must have is a work plan and your institutional strategic plan. And indeed, if then you have aligned them accordingly, then implementation becomes very easy. Of course, we have STI strategy. One of the requirements in terms of its successful implementation of this indicator is that either you have an STI strategy, which of course now covers all matter science, technology, and innovation, or you are developing a work plan or a roadmap on how you intend to achieve the same within the financial year. So basically, most of you, I'm sure you are reporting, you have developed the STI strategy, you are now reporting on the implementation of the same, or most of you are developing your developmental stages, and you'll be reporting on how. What exactly have you been able to achieve? Where are you? What is the percentage level of development that you are in terms of developing your science, technology, and innovation strategy? And here, of course, within it, sometimes you may realize probably you need an IP policy. Sometimes you may realize you need a research policy. It depends with the institution, because again, when you are commercializing, or when you have innovations and you want to commercialize, ideally you must have an IP policy, which guides the process, that guides very well. So it depends with the institution where you are, but the STA strategy is very clear, because you'll be able to map all these activities for the next 3 years. Most of STA strategy will go for 3 years. You can also have it for 5 years, but 3 years, because your strategic plan moves up to 5 years. So when you have the STA strategy at 3-year level, then you have an opportunity even to do a mid-term review. You have an opportunity to do an end-term review before the end of your strategic plan, so that it can be informed, so that, because the STA strategy is also implementing your strategic plan, so that you have an effective and efficient implementation. Vision 2030, I've talked about it, is very critical. It has clearly indicated for us. Under Vision 2030, STI is an enabler. It's clearly enabler. Number 2 is science, technology, and innovation. When you talk about RBM, that is the key resort-based management, which ideally is a subset of public sector reforms that were introduced from 2003. Then again, you realize science, technology, and innovation is a critical ingredient in that. And of course, that means in terms of national development is a critical tool. So you realize the bigger agenda. And when again, we are committing on science, technology, and innovation, we need to get it clearly, because most of times we think of it in terms of research. And as I said again, it's more than research, because it's an entire ecosystem that has other aspects. It has science in it, it has technology and innovation, and of course research. So basically it's research, science, technology, and innovation. This is the matrix, as I was saying, for non-commercial, but whether it is non-commercial or commercial doesn't matter. The financial stewardship and discipline, which is the first criteria, ideally is supposed to support your core mandate or anything else that you have in your PC. And when you look at the core mandate, when you identifying under core mandate, look at it, realize the indicators that you bring on board. Of course, the 2023-2024 will have some small changes, but ideally you are looking at the big 4. Now we don't have the big 4. The first activities here will come from economic, bottom-up economic model or the government manifesto. You need to pick initiatives there. You need to pick aspects that are related in terms of implementing the government agenda. Then you have Vision 2030. You must have other targets from Vision 2030. And then we used to have post-COVID recovery strategies, and you agree with me, for you to have successful post-COVID recovery strategies, COVID itself spoke widely and told us clearly that we need research, science, technology, and innovation to address matters of such. And of course, plans. And then other programs. Other programs will be picking directly from your strategic plan. And then, of course, alignment to SDGs. You must demonstrate, again, the aspect. And again, if you look at SDGs, again, you realize there are quite a number of SDGs that speak directly about research, science, technology, and innovation. Of course, Agenda 2063, Africa, Agenda 2063, and SPS. SPS, that's sector performance standards. Ideally, they are all about science, technology, and innovation. These are standardized indicators. And in fact, in 2023-2024 PC, the Ministry of Education has introduced back the equalized indicators that will cut across the sector, the respective sector, based on what needs to be done, basically creating standards. So at the SPSS, the SPS indicators basically are standardized indicators that benchmark from a best practice internationally, some of the indicators. So you must demonstrate. And of course, when you look down at that, that's where we have science, technology, and innovation taking a weight of 2. So you can easily connect the two. You can easily connect that the fact that this indicator is within your command speaks volume, that indeed one of the easiest way to mainstream and ensure that what needs to be done is done, then is attached and connected with that. So basically that helps, and that is very, very important. The only indicator under specialized agency, which is under core mandate. For the ones who are joining us for the first time, one of the requirements under 2022-2023, the 19th cycle performance contract, is that we are supposed to appoint a focal person and a champion. This is a requirement. It's somehow different from the 18th cycle, because within the 18th cycle, it was part of the activities to be done. So this one is a must activity that you must have. So you are either appointing you're either appointing or basically reappointing. You're appointing for the first time or you're appointing. Someone had a question yesterday, for how long should we have a focal person and champions? The best practice, ideally, you should have documented a procedure on the same, but in case you don't have the best practice, as you implement other specialized indicators, is normally three years. The committees, because the focal person and champions, of course, will form a committee. That committee should run. It's a standard committee that runs for 3 years. Then there could be a reappointment 3 years, because again, you need to appoint people and give them some time to implement. Because if you just appoint every year, then there'll be a challenge in terms of continuity. There'll be a challenge in terms of institutional memory, in terms of implementation of the indicator. So it's always very important to give them time. 3 years is sufficient to run through the indicator, so that out of that, if there is a need, of course, we could have some members who have moved to other institutions, or sometimes, of course, they're out of the institution for whatever reason. Then again, you're able to replace. You can always replace within 3 years, but ideally the life of the committee should run for 3 years, expecting the focal person and champions. If they remain in the institution for the next 3 years, then they should be canvassing matter, science, technology, and innovation for 3 years, and then there could be a review in terms of either confirming, reappointing, or probably bringing new faces based with the needs and the dynamics of the time. But ideally, 3 years is the best practice, and this cut across even for other committees and as such. So the role of the focal person, for the ones who are joining us for the first time, and maybe refreshing for others who are participating and probably participated in this kind of sensitization, is basically overall coordination. You're expected to coordinate this indicator within your institution in line with 2022, 2023. Of course, you have indicated in 2021, 2022, because that's the 18th cycle. And that's when we started implementing for the first time the indicator. You provide necessary support to various levels. You plan and ensure sensitization and capacity building on STI mainstreaming among the employees. So in other words, we are saying it is the role of the focal person to ensure that success, effective, and efficiency implementation of this indicator takes place. You are the one to ensure that even as you develop other documents within the institution, you should be very keen to ensure that matter, science, technology, and innovation are taken care of. You'll always be invited in many meetings to participate in policy formulations and many other activities of such nature. It is your responsibility to ensure that indeed you promote science, technology, and innovation within the institution. You need to ensure that you establish and implement monitoring and evaluation mechanism. In most cases, to make it easy for you and from an experience perspective, you may realize that performance contracting coordinators, they already have an infrastructure to do monitoring and evaluation. You can borrow from them. You can decide to work together. You can decide to borrow from the same infrastructure of monitoring and evaluation, or you can, based with the dynamics, you can also be reporting directly to NACOST. That is left to you, but you must ensure successive, effective, and efficient monitoring and evaluation mechanism, because this is what gives you the result. Also, you must ensure credibility of the information that you are submitting. so that as you submit your first quarter, you must ensure the champions and everyone else is giving you credible information, because you realize when the presentation will be done on some tables, there are some tables that are very critical, because what leaves you as an output becomes a serious input to NACOST, and what leaves NACOST as an output becomes a serious input elsewhere to the government and to many other stakeholders. So here you ensure credibility, you ensure that right data is provided by all the relevant stakeholders within your institution, whether it is finance when you are reporting about R&D, research and development, the 2%, whether it's from the HR when you are reporting on human capacity of the institution, or when you are reporting on equipment. There is a template, there is a table, there is an Excel sheet where we are reporting basically on the capacity in terms of the equipment that you have for purposes of research, science, technology, and innovation. And of course, these are equipment that are more than 500,000 and above. So ensure the accuracy of such information, because you can imagine if the information is not accurate from your end, then it means the data, because NACOST want to build or want to have a very clear value proposition for you. For example, if you don't report your equipment, and one of the reasons of reporting your equipment, of course, is to ensure there's a national mapping of those equipment by NACOST, connecting you, because if we know you have a certain equipment of a certain value, when, for example, other institutions that want to do research or they want to undertake matters, research, science, technology, and innovation, and they need such an equipment, then NACOST is able to connect you with such players. So that way you need to give very accurate and very credible information, because that information is being used to help you as an MD of your objective of in matters research, science, technology. So this we need to be very sure. We need to ensure that the information is very okay, that we're giving our system, that is ISO 9001:2015. It is very clear. We must meet the specs, the requirements of the input and the output. And what does that one mean? It must be credible. We must have credible information, credible data that others can use, because this data is being used for decision making in a country. And I'm sure you'll be very happy to see in the wider national report, whether it's a status report from NACOST or elsewhere, reporting, and once part of what they're reporting is what exactly is coming from the institution. I know you really be happy to see that, and others, such information being shared with other stakeholders who may wish even to establish partnerships and collaborations and such. So that is very critical. Such information, again, in terms of value proposition, because most of you probably are wondering, when you give all this information, why should we, and what is the benefit to our institutions? It is very, very important. It is very, very important to ensure that is done, and it is done effectively and efficiently. So basically, quickly, I'll summarize for the champions. Champions, ideally, they're supposed to help the focal person on daily basis to implement the indicator in their respective areas. You collect reports, you prepare those reports quarterly and forward to the focal person, and ensure effective implementation. So monitoring and evaluation from your end as a champion is very, very critical. Ensure reports are, of course, forwarded. For focal person, I mean for both focal person and champion, you need someone who has a lot of passion and is able to lobby matter, science, technology, and innovation. Of course, in terms of scope, we, as per 19 cycle, we are clearly given the scope, research institution, technical vocations like you, and MDAs involved in national research priorities, MDAs with distinct research and technology or mandate in the same. But to summarize, from 19th cycle, borrowing from the 20th cycle, it's an institution that has a role to play in attainment of Vision 2030. Why? Because Vision 2030 has indicated STI as an enabler. So basically, that is the scope. That's really the scope of engagement. If you have any role to play in science, technology, and innovation, then indeed that is what is expected. For 2021-2022 STI strategy, I'll not take a lot of time on that. I'll just go straight to the commitment of this year. And in 2022-2023, you are doing two main things. Number one, you must have appoint or reappoint focal person and champions, and I know that has been done, and that's why you are participating today. You develop the STI strategy. If you develop or implement, depending. So most of you are either developing or you have implemented. or you develop, and then of course you develop and implement an annual work plan, or now you want to implement your STI strategy. You submit quarterly and annual reports to NACOST. That's another requirement. So basically, the indicator is just a summary of what was there for 2021, 2022. So most of you are either developing the strategy or you're implementing and such. In summary, our expectation is that you'll be able to mainstream science, technology, and innovation, and of course ensure that reports are submitted on 15th day of the end of the quarter, meaning the quarter ended on 30th, so you are reporting by 15. All documents to support you to report are in NACOST website. Please look at them, visit the website. All the information you need is already there. Some of the challenges MDAs are reporting is probably on low budget and allocation, and we have always erupted. And I mean, our response to this is that when you are reporting, please look at the expenditure. When you look at the expenditure, look at all spending that you are spending on matters, research, science, technology, and innovation. You have bought equipment, you have student project, and all manners, I mean, all issues of such that are related. Where NACOST is determined to ensure continuous capacity building, to ensure that you perform better and you deepen mainstreaming of science, technology, and innovation. And this is very, very, very critical. The chair talked about the committee. NACOST has formed this committee to ensure that they are able to implement this, you're able to implement efficiently. These are just feedback that came from the earlier sensitization, and from them, you can see the participation is really very encouraging. NACOST, I'm very sure, if you compare it with other specialized agency, is one of the specialized agencies that ensures every quarter they do virtual, this kind of trainings to you. And also they have demand driven. If, for example, you feel you need face-to-face, like most of you have requested earlier, they also do face-to-face, either organized by NACOST, or even you can also invite NACOST. When you feel like you want face-to-face, you can invite NACOST and they can be able to help you. These are feedback that are coming from MTAs, and it's very encouraging to get such feedback. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the summary, just to prepare you for other incoming presentations that are on board. Thank you so much. Let's hold our questions. You can use the chat. In case you have any question, please put them in question and answer, or you can chat us directly, then we shall be able to respond. At this juncture, I want to say thank you. God bless you. And I want to invite our substantive chair to invite the Director General to do his presentation. Thank you so much. Yes.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Javan. Thank you for that insight. Overview of the STI indicator. At this juncture, I would wish to inform you, distinguished participant, that we have Director General NACOST, Professor Walter Oyawa, ready to formally give the official opening and give the presentation. Really very important aspect that we request you to pay attention to as we provide more clarity and focus of this STI indicator, and giving it the real perspective, the national perspective and the international perspective. With your agreement now, we will quickly move to that official presentation. Professor, if you are ready, we will give you the opportunity to formally give the official opening.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, just DJ, we can hear you.
And is there something on the screen?
Yes, your slides are on.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Ngigi. Thank you very much, Javan, for that very elaborate presentation. Yeah, distinguished ladies and gentlemen from the Tibet institutions, from TTIs, good morning and welcome to this series of training offered by NACOST as part of STI mainstreaming in ministries, departments, and agencies. We really want to thank you for sparing some time to be with us. I'm seeing the numbers are over 100. We don't take it for granted. I think you are all very busy people, but you found it in order to spare some time to be with us here today. Some of the presentations, for those of you who have been there before, might look very familiar, but allow me to repeat them for the sake of those who are joining us for the first time. And I'll go straight away to the presentation, which I have captioned. Dr. Ngigi, that's visible. The first slide. Dr. Ngigi?
Prof, yes.
Yes.
Is there a presentation mode now?
Yes, so in a nutshell, all this what we're talking about, Sti Mainstreaming, is about leveraging science, technology, and innovation for national prosperity and public good. And I heard my colleague Javan talk of that literally all of us who contribute to Vision 2030, who contribute to national development, is part of Sti Mainstreaming because it's a key enabler. And if you have seen the MTP4, the second enabler which is coming out, it's yet to be approved, of course, is the STI, Science, Technology, and Innovation. So it is, you would be missing out if your institution is not part of this. What do you mean by leveraging science, technology, innovation for national prosperity and public good? It means the things that are coming out that Wanjiku requires, and we've heard of so much talk about Wanjiku. Wanjiku is national prosperity, Wanjiku is public good, and in public good we mean things like safety, public safety. We mean things like national security. We mean things like health security. So all these are intertwined as what you might call a national public good, but also prosperity is about moving forward, not staying at the same space. Look at the second slide, just to remind us that we have had these online trainings, I think several times. Key ones which were actually involved in person trainings based on demand. The people requested that we need to go in person so that they have more time to really appreciate what we are doing in Sti Mainstreaming. So there are two trainings, September 2021 and September 2021 and October 2021, where we asked just the participant, and maybe some of you were there, and what you are getting is on the charts, which we will circulate. I don't have to go through this, but there are various questions like overall rating of trainers, overall rating of the training, and you can see you are getting excellent, very good, and good. And of course, there's always that 5% which would disagree, which is very normal, but you can see there's 1% saying fair in terms of the overall rating of the training, overall rating of the trainers, and so forth. So I think Mr. Javan has captured that. I would go straight away, skip a number of these slides and go to what we summarize as the lessons learned in this. Lessons learned during the Sti Mainstreaming trainings for MDS. One was there's widespread interest among stakeholders following demand-driven online and in-person trainings. We offer online trainings without any cost, without any other requirements. But those who really require in-person trainings, we are also there, our team is also there, and sometimes use our peers in your institutions to train on that. Then collaborations, those who participated in the trainings indicated strongly that collaborations among STI stakeholders and FDS is key. This is part of whole government approach, which even His Excellency the President is now reinforcing, that we will no longer work in silos. We will no longer work like NACOSTI alone, National Research Fund alone, or Sangalo training, teachers training alone. We have to know what the right hand is doing. The left has to know what the right hand is doing. So collaboration is key. And I would want just to inform you that science, technology, and innovation is one of the best mediums to which to bring people together. And you will see in our functions, NACOSTI, we regulate science, technology, and innovation, at the same time advise the government advise the government and the public right from kindergarten to high school, to tertiary institutions, to universities, and beyond. So science, technology, innovation happens to be cross-cutting. In the wake of COVID, you can see the role of science, technology, innovation was very key. You can see now we are grappling with discussions, national discourse on GMOs and other things. All this is about science, technology, innovation. So if you're out of that space, then you find things happening inside your household and inside the institutions, which you're wondering, where did they come from? So participating in Sti Mainstreaming, and you can see I'm really reinforcing that, is part of being in that national debate, national discussions, knowing what your colleagues are doing in the other agencies. So also, those who are in that training said Sti Mainstreaming reporting tool to be rearranged and digitized. We have abided by that. We have digitized it. It's very easy. And I would want just to alert you that there might be some 5, 6, 7, 8 tables. Once you fill them once, the rest is just indicating the change. And our team is ready to even visit your institution if you are stuck in how to fill those tables initially. Yes, and once it's done, you'll find it is extremely easy, it's digitized. So if there's no change, maybe in human resource in a quarter, you just need to say ditto or remain the same, and the table will remain the same. If you have recruited 10 staff, you just go to those 10 staff and indicate. So the work becomes very easy. It might look like tedious, but it's just in the beginning. That data is extremely important because that data is about Kenya's value proposition to the rest of the world. It's also about value proposition to Wanjiku. We have been challenged many times that how can we demonstrate, even you have been challenged, how can you demonstrate your contribution to national economy, to national prosperity, to public safety, even for the teacher training colleges that are there. And you train people. So you're able to quantify and say, in this year, we trained this number of people. So we have done, as our stakeholders said, and then we are saying STF focal point and chambers have a major role to play in mainstreaming of STI and programs of MDS. And those of you who have been there have seen, we have been relaying even scholarships that are available, trainings and workshops that are available. Before, we used to focus on the course sector that we accredit, that is the research institutions. Now, COSTI, just like the Commission for University Education accredits or charters universities, we are mandated to register and accredit research institutions. So that was our focus, and it's one of our 17 functions. We have 17 functions, which one of them is licensing of research and registration of research institutions. But now that we have this very big pool, there are a number of you who joined when, through our cabinet secretary, Minister of Education, where there was a call for us to form consortia to apply for the Horizon Europe research funding, research and innovation funding. That fund amounts to about 95 billion euros worldwide. So it's being competed worldwide. We want to have our stakes. And in that one, through this forum, we are able to invite a number of you who joined. We are still calling upon you to join a consortia. You can get in touch with us to tell you some of the consortia that are coming up. People are already forming in consortia. I know there's one being centered at Egerton University. I know there's another one at Strathmore University, and a number. We can encourage a number of you who are able to demonstrate that you are in the innovation space to join them. So I've emphasized on that, and you'll find a number of slides that are following really reflect on this. Yes. Now, one other thing which, as part of, also based on the request that we received from the stakeholders, and David, I hope I'm still there, so that I don't speak to myself.
Yes, Prof, you're very clear.
Yes, NACOST is offering what is called Science, Technology, Innovation Professional Certification. This is not mandatory, please. It is not mandatory. It is based on interest, because science, technology, innovation is cutting across. It's a flame. It's like a wave moving worldwide. This is benchmarked by what UNESCO does and other agencies does. And you don't have to do all the modules. There might be modules that are of interest to you. We normally bring in experts to assist on this. And among the teams at this particular time, NACOST has just nominated what we are calling members of the higher level panel. These are veterans who have served this country, who have been in leadership. They include the likes of Professor Crispus Kiamba, the likes of Professor Olive Mugenda, the likes of Professor Mabel Mbuga, all those greats. I think we've started initially just with maybe around 6. So they would be able to take you through, share the experiences that I've learned in the service of the nation. So you might find, like, number one is STI Mainstreaming in MDS in rapidly changing times. This is, I would imagine, what you're doing. But one day is not enough. You need like 3, 4, 5 days to fully undertake what that involves. So STI Mainstreaming is just one of the modules. Then you see like STI policy development, implementation, and advocacy. Advocacy is very key. It is converting the hard science language into the soft language that Wanjiku understands. I have seen great inventions, great innovations in Tibet exhibitions, and we are calling on you in May to join us in a multi-sector conference. All of you, if possible. You better book your space early. We have a multi-sector conference, which I'll talk about at the very end. But how do you convert this hard language of scientists, of the people who are doing GMOs? You saw the hard language they're using. Genome sequencing and so forth. How do you convert it to a language that Wanjiku knows? Because this is where we have failed. There's a lot of mistrust in science globally, simply because that STI advocacy is missing. We might need a different group of people, and that's why we say social scientists are key. Yes, you might be a technology expert, but to convey that, you need a social scientist who knows the language of Wanjiku. Then we have research ethics, which we normally do, and STI leadership. You can see they are very general things, but very, very key. So those are requests for us to launch this. Just taken a bit of time, but now we have the curriculum. So beginning July, August, we'll be able to run this. This is, again, as I said, it depends on your interest. It depends on, you might be interested in number 7. STI, intellectual property rights transfer and commercialization, because that is the missing link at this particular time. Converting like the great inventions that I'm seeing in the TVET sector into what Wanjiku can feel that I have a difference. Yes, so that we don't rely on things that come from outside, things that we don't even know what is the content. We want some of the vaccines as we receive from outside, developed also within, using our local traditional concoctions that are there. Now I start presentation, I'll move very fast because a number of you have seen this, the African paradox. In a nutshell, it says Africa is quite blessed with so many things, land that is arable, minerals, and so forth. And yet, despite these riches, Africa produces only 3% of global GDP. 3%, very low. And these people who are ahead of us, or this country ahead of us, probably are using our minerals, process them, and bring them back. So we need a concerted effort at national level as a national strategy, and it requires all of us in your own little way as a TVET institution. Mostly your focus, like for the teacher training institutions, they're asking us, but we're not involved so much in research. We just train people. Training people is part of science, technology, and innovation. It might not be research per se, but it's a key element. You're training the current generation workforce. You're training the next generation workforce. That is a key plank of science, technology, and innovation. And we are happy that many of the TVET institutions have now come on board. There might be a few who told us that they didn't include it in their PC this time, but we hope that you'll include it in the upcoming PC. Pass on the message anywhere. Let us meet. Maybe when you have your annual TVET exhibitions, please invite us so that we can also share what we have. So this is the paradox that we contribute to only 3% of global GDP. We contribute just 2% of world research output, accounts for only 1.3%. You look at the numbers are very low. And yet Africa, our population is massive. The population of the youth is massive. So there needs to be a deliberate investment in science, technology, and innovation. That investment, part of it will come from the exchequer. People always ask, we don't have money, we have to think of ways of generating that money within our resources. I was informing like our great institution, Calro, you have vast lands almost in every county, vast land. Nobody stops you from developing some fruits, new fruits, and growing them and selling them to generate at least some basic income. The same with Kemri. Nobody stops you with some of your great researchers, like they came up with malaria or whatever, to have patents that you're able to sell this and it becomes part of your income generation, because that's where you are heading. You have seen the government approach now is some bit will come from the sector, some bit comes from you, some bits come from partnerships. And even our Ministry of Education at this particular time is really encouraging partnerships locally and internationally, but in the best interest of the country. So that's the paradox, and that paradox informs a lot of things. And I just wanted to say that inform you that this is not Sti Mainstreaming is not a local issue. It's not an acoustic issue. It's not a Ministry of Education issue. It goes beyond even our country. And a very recent conference in Rwanda, a high-level conference organized by the African Union. African governments, you can see the first bullet, African governments, policymakers, and regional and economic communities have been eyed to enhance a strong political will to further integrate science, technology, innovation. That is Sti Mainstreaming at that AU level. If you move now to global agenda, the UN agenda, we all talk about SDGs. It was interrupted, the talk was interrupted by COVID pandemic, and right now we have the Ukraine conflict also there. But what the world set as the agenda are these 14, are they 14 really? Yes, SDGs. Now, if you look at them, a good number of them are driven by STI. You talk of poverty, STI. You talk of hunger, chief food security, STI. You talk of health, like goal number 3, STI. You talk of inclusive and quality education and promote lifelong learning. This is where the TVET's coming. Yes, and you're not just going to give education per se. Education is about empowering people, one, to have a culture, yes, to try and improve their life, but 2, also to impart knowledge in them, knowledge that they can use to grow themselves, grow their families, grow their county, grow the country, and grow the world. So education is a key plank of SDGs, and is to be driven by STI. What else would you be teaching if you're not talking about science, technology, innovation? And you have even said social studies is a social science. So this global agenda, and very recently, I'm just keeping on the slide, we had resolutions from UNCTAD, yes, And if you look at that one, this is at the very high UN level, the agencies that have been developed, and one of them which reports to UNCTAD is the Commission on Science and Technology for Development and the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, where our very own Dr. Mukisa Kitu used to be the Secretary General. And a resolution which was done very recently on the 29th of July at the UN is that one, governments individually and collectively are encouraged to take into account the findings of the commission, that is the Commission on Science and Technology for Development. And as NACOSTI, we actually Kenya's focal point at this particular time. The DG NACOSTI is Kenya's focal point on this commission. And so governments are being asked to consider taking the following actions. There are quite a number of them. I've just captured one: to closely link science, technology, innovation, and strategies of sustainable development by prominently featuring capacity building, like what we are doing in information and communication technologies, and science, technology, and innovation in national development planning. So AU is saying, talking about STI mainstreaming, UN is talking about STI mainstreaming. It just informs you that this STI thing, it cuts across. It really cuts across. You wouldn't want to be left out of this debate. And that's why even the data that you give us, that data is going somewhere for decision making. If you give us wrong data, a wrong decision will be made. If you give us insufficient data, an insufficient decision will be made. If you give us correct data, we're able to say that, and I'm very pleased to see that you're coming from really all places in Kenya. I've seen some of you from Murang'a. I've seen some of you from Kibabi. I'm seeing some of you from literally all around, from Sangalo. I've seen someone from Sangalo. So you're coming from diverse areas of Kenya with different interests, with different resources. You talk of Taita Taveta, they have minerals. You talk of now Murang'a, they own avocado, what? This avocado which is being exported. You go to Western, you talk of fish. So each one of you, God has endowed each county, each place with a people of great diversity, but also in addition to that, environment and so forth and so forth and so forth. So the UN is talking about governments, and you know we have it's a treaty that we have signed, and international treaties become part of Kenyan law. So the AU is saying mainstream STI, UN is saying mainstream STI, and all this is coming rapidly after the COVID pandemic, which just said that you need science, even as we believe strongly in God, and I'm a strong believer for that matter. Yeah, but he too, I think, is the one who, the teacher of all teachers, who teaches on science, technology, and innovation. Yeah, we'll come back locally now. We talk to UN, we talk of Africa. Locally, the Constitution. Yeah, Article 11 of the Constitution emphasizes the importance of science and technology in the knowledge-based economic development of the country. Our current government has really emphasized on digital economy. So when you're asking, and you're asking yourself a question, do we have a core business in science, technology, innovation? Yes, you have a core business because the government requires you to mainstream digital, yes, to digitize your systems. There are directives we should go paperless. You saw a circular that came. What are you seeing? So that directive becomes your core business. So you might not have a core business on research. You might not even have a core business on science, but you definitely have a core business in technology. You definitely have a core business in innovation, because when JICU requires innovation, you need to be innovative. And institutions like tertiary institutions and universities have been talking very well that during the pandemic, they became innovative. They were able to deliver lessons and classes online. They were able to deliver examinations online. That is a great innovation, and it's a core mandate on innovation. Yes, I actually wondered how they were delivering examinations online in a way that somebody doesn't copy. And I was told some of the procedures that have been put in place to ensure that a student doesn't copy, or even the way the exam is set, so that there's no time for someone to look inside the textbook and check. That is a great innovation. So deploying that technology, digitizing your work, using ERP, going online, is now your core business of your institution, without which your institution will collapse. Yes, institutions are doing the graduations online. Maybe now it's in person, but before they're being done online. It's a great innovation. So imagine an institution not graduating students, it collapses. And therefore, innovation becomes your core mandate. And I'm happy that you're on page on that one. Please pass on that. So the Constitution talks of that. The Constitution further emphasizes the recognition of indigenous inventions and technologies. This is a big gap which all African countries are falling. And unless we make concerted efforts, not individual efforts, that as much as we benchmark globally, and we get our medicines, we get our agricultural products from outside and so forth. What about the things that our ancestors have used over years? They work very well, and we know it. But for some reason, we are caught up in a situation where we sort of end up disowning what belongs to us and think elsewhere. We believe that the innovations that are coming from Tibetan institutions, from tertiary institutions, are more powerful if given the platform. So that we would, as NACOSTI, would want to have, we have, you may wish to know that the chairman or chairperson of the Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms, Professor Munavo, is our board member, very much familiar with this, and he's very much focused on this, that this is one of the areas that even if there's allocation of resources, we need to have a deliberate allocation of resources with clear deliverables, that if it's in food, we are going to go to the Managus, the Morendas, and so forth at national level, where it is packaged and sold, the way they are now packaging avocado from Murang'a and exporting, so that the lives of people can improve. And by the way, you might have asked yourself the question on this COVID pandemic, which was a tragedy. Many people have died, but comparatively, Africans have fared better. Ask yourself that question. What is it that we have different from them that is now giving us an advantage? Is it the poverty that has made us resilient? Is it the kind of foods that we eat, the ndomas and so forth? Yes, you and me, you have an idea of what the answer is. Our life, there's something good about what we eat, I would guess, to have been given us a general immunity as the rest of the world was going through a lot of this. And as I'm speaking now, there's a lot of interest on, and you need to be careful on this, on our genome, on our blood systems, a lot of external forces trying to research what is there inside our blood that made us to be a little bit more resilient as much as we affected. Article 45 requires the state to support, promote, and protect the intellectual property. This again goes to indigenous technologies and so forth. Then the most important is that Vision 2030 recognizes the key role played by science, technology, innovation in wealth creation and in building capital. You are mostly in that second part of the core business, building capital. And Vision 2030, which is our development blueprint, talks of STI in that one. It is there. So if you're contributing, don't even ask yourself, are we in the core business? People always ask that question. We don't do research. We tell you this is not research mainstreaming. It is science, technology, innovation mainstreaming. And we talk about research, we talk about research systems. Our act, STI Act, that establishes NACOSTI and two other agencies, talks of not research, but research systems. And it defines research systems as research, science, technology, and innovation, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll skip on this just to very quickly, and my colleagues will also reinforce on this. The regulatory framework of science, technology, and innovation in Kenya, the STI Act was enacted for 3 purposes, ladies and gentlemen. That's the first sentence in the Act. And Dr. Ngigi, I believe that one of the things we should keep on sending maybe every year is the STI Act. There's some who have it. We don't need to wait for them to download. It is some of the things that we keep on reminding them that when you have time, take your time to read the clauses of the Act. It will make their work and our act very easy. The very first sentence talks of the reason or the purpose for which Parliament enacted this Act. And when Parliament enacted the Act, you know it's Wanjiku, it's on behalf of Wanjiku. It talks of 1, 2, 3, but go to the third one. It is not listed in that order. It's one sentence. But the third part of it talks of the reason to entrench science, technology, and innovation into the national production system and for connected purposes. So the question we'll put to you, are you involved in the national production system in any way? Because when you do capacity development, when you train people in Tibetan institutions or in tertiary institutions, you are involved in the national production system. So the STI mainstreaming, the Act requires everybody involved in the national production system and for connected purposes. That somebody might be in the mainstream production system, but that institution needs another institution. It's like a one body kind of a system. So this is STI mainstreaming. It is captured in the Act. Parliament audits NACOSTI and says, give us evidence that you are mainstreamed or you have entrenched science in all the institutions involved in the national production system, and that is what we're doing. And therefore, on that one, the PC target 2 years ago, and the wording was even very clear. This performance indicator applies to all MDs that have a specific mandate on research. I don't know why people are focusing on research. On research, when you're advising your institution, on research, science, technology, and innovation. So you might not be in research, fine with us. We would, you might not be in churning out scientific knowledge, fine with us. You might not even be in the technology, fine in that. But when you start implementing digitization, which is a key plank of even our current government, then that is your core business. When you're delivering education system to students through using computer systems, even Zoom, what you're doing now, that is a great innovation because it becomes your core mandate. Because without it, you cannot teach your students. Without it, you cannot graduate your students. Without it, and so forth. But I know TVET institutions are in the technology sector, in addition to being in the innovation sector. Because you come up with a lot of innovations, inventions, which now the debate that we need to do as part of Sti Mainstreaming is how do you convert these technologies to the end? I have an example, I always talk of an institution that I come from, Jomo Kenyatta University. They always have great technologies developed, walking tractor, name it. They go to the shows, Kaburini show in Nyeri, they become number one. They go to Nairobi show, they become number one. Then after that, that equipment are brought back to the laboratory and they are locked until the next exhibition. Is that what Wanjiku wants? And then they'll be able to say, we have spent this money on research and technology development. This is just an example. I think many institutions are doing that. You take it to the show, it's displayed, the big people see it and say, this is wonderful, this is wonderful. Then you bring it back very nicely, you lock it. 3 months before the exhibition, again, you come and repair, you change something. Maybe you change a bolt. You remove one bolt and replace with the modern bolt. Then you take it back to the show. You become number one again, the best innovative institution, the best what. The same is applying to TVET institution. But then it goes nowhere. And it is for that reason, that's why we are told the research funding to a national research fund has gone down. Treasury says we can't see it benefiting Wanjiku. We see it in some show, but we never see it Wanjiku. And if Wanjiku was told to rank and say, well, how have you felt Nakosti? How have you felt Sangalo training or Moranga Training Teachers College? You might get a shock of what Wanjiku might say. So it's time that we get to Wanjiku. It's time that we are able to tell them that we are doing our best in our own little way, despite the challenges, and we are giving out that one. So also, David, I'm still online.
Yes, DJ, we are with you.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, if you look at that, we have now, this is how this science technology innovation system is defined. It has 3 subsystems. And I'm emphasizing on this so that we have the buy-in, and we'll continue doing this until we have a buy-in, like the countries that are progressing know the role of science technology. There's 3 subsystems. There's the political, governance, and regulatory subsystem. It has where Nakosti and a number of regulatory agencies belong. It has the government, it has the Ministry of Education, it has the National Research Fund. You talk of research, technology, and development policies. Nakosti is on that subsystem. Then you have education and research system. This is now where you belong as tertiary institutions. But many of us actually belong in either the first and the political governance and regulatory subsystem, or the education and research subsystem. But we are connected to the business and industrial system. If you saw the purposes for which the act was established, it was for agencies involved in the national production system and for connected purposes. So you might be in the middle subsystem, but you definitely have a connection to the business and industrial system. It speaks loudly. I have come up with a research and innovation. Until it gets to the business and industrial system, I have not delivered. So I'll just be recording money. We have spent so much money. Again, with education, the students that we churn out from tertiary institutions, from universities, and from other training institutions, until they're able to be seen in the business and industrial system, either as employees of government, either as employees of private sector, either as business entrepreneurs, until those students end up in that third system, then this system has broken. So the third, this business and industrial system is where we have challenges. We have challenges attracting the private sector. I just want to inform you that as much as we always ask for money from the exchequer, and in the STI Act, they talk of the government needs to invest 2% of GDP. It's a lot of money, by the way, but right now it's about 0.6% of GDP, 0.7, it's fairly low, and it has gone much lower when NRF funding has moved from maybe 1.7 billion to 1 billion to 700 million, and right now it's 300 million, which can barely pay the salaries of the staff. The reason being given is that we are not being seen in the business and industrial system. When you are seen, if Nakosti can able to trace its impact on the business and industrial system, then Wanjiku definitely will feel it. So we have to find a way of bringing the private sector. A country like Switzerland, which is the #1 ranked global innovation index, they say that 75% of their research fund and innovation fund and technology development fund comes from the private sector. So they must have put systems where the private that is attracted. Last week, when His Excellency the President was launching the internship program at KICC, he talked of that the government wants to expand this internship, and they was requesting the private sector to be able to take some of the interns, of course, pay them the little token, and the government was willing to even have tax incentives. Yeah, tax incentives. That is one of the attracting the private sector. We're also thinking of that for what we need to propose to government to be able to attract the private sector. Private sector have no time to listen that, you're in your stage 1 research, stage 2 research. They just want a product that works. So we're encouraging, like those of you are doing innovations, from the word go, the private sector should be there. The industry should be there. If you are doing something on medical, whatever, have a pharmaceutical company, work with you, get security from government, sign royalties, and that's where Nacosti comes in. So that if they get 10 shillings, maybe 1 shilling is yours. That is how it is done elsewhere. And that's how probably we lost on the M-Pesa. So that's the system. Very quickly now, in the UK, the escalation of STI. You might have seen this slide, but they formed a Science and Technology Council chaired by Mr. Boris then, and even the current Prime Minister chairs that. What was the impact of that? Powerful means of science diplomacy. The Prime Minister allocated 2.27 trillion Kenya shillings for R&D in that year. 2.27. Our annual budget is around 2 trillion, sometimes 3 trillion. If it's very high, it's 4 trillion. And our entire, of course, we are not competing with the UK, but just to tell you that our entire national budget was just part of R&D for the UK, because they escalated science, technology, innovation right up to the Prime Minister's office. Why would they do that? It is cross-cutting. Then my question to you, would you want to miss out on something that is being chaired or is being driven by the Prime Minister, just like it's being done for the Economic Council? Yes. So before, there was a lot of emphasis on the Economic Council and on the economy. But now it's very clear that economy can only move with science, technology, and innovation. They are sort of intertwined. You talk of economy, you're talking of technology. Technology goes beyond the economy, because technology also assures your national security. It also assures your public safety. So it's broader. So that's in the UK. Very quickly, the China's grand experiment. Their grand experiment was science, and it was science, technology, innovation. Yes. So in this, they have allocated a lot of money, 2.4% of China's GDP, a lot of money. Why do you do that? Because it gives them a competitive advantage, militarily, economically, socially, and so forth. Of course, they were hit very hard with the COVID pandemic, and that somehow slowed them. But if it was not for the COVID, you could imagine the anticipation that China by 2025, 2024 would be the largest global economy. But I think things are now different. But how do they use STI? They use it to support their national security, public safety, and economic development. The moment we capture it that way, I'm sure even the policy decision makers in Parliament will hear. That's UK. That's China. UK, in US, again, you can download this, by the way. We'll give you the slides. You can download. They have the CHIPS Act. Yes, the CHIPS and Science Act, they call it the CHIPS and Science Act, authorizes multi-billion-dollar budget increases over the next 5 years for federal government. They're investing 33.3 trillion over the next 5 years on R&D. Why they do that? To compete with China and others. And you compete with them militarily, economically, socially, in everything, you compete with them. So each one of us would want to be part of this discourse. You'd want to be part of this debate, because this is where the cake is being allocated. Highlight and part of what we say, the highest level of STI diplomacy. President Biden, when he took over on the 11th of January, when he was appointing his science advisor. And this is one of the recommendations that Nacosti has made to the Presidential Working Party, that we need science and technology advisors for all our cabinet secretaries, if possible, for all our county governors, 47 governors, right up to the top of His Excellency and his deputy, so that in addition to them having legal advisors, we have a science advisor. And who knows, some of you with your great innovations might be able to be an advisor to a county government, or even right up to the top. But we really, really need your help to be able to convey to our decision makers that you need a science advisor, particularly the county governors who are dealing directly with the JICU. Biden talked of 5 priorities himself at the presidency level. It was not left for Nacosti to do it. but it was not left for the Minister of Education to do it. It is him who gave the 5 priorities of his government, and they're very familiar to what we also would have been our priorities. First, the pandemic. Second, economic resilience. Third is focusing on science. And for them, when they talk of science, they actually mean STI, science, technology, innovation. Fourth is how they can lead. You can see using now science, technology, innovation to lead. In the East African region, I think Kenya will lead. But I think we have now overgrown that market. We need to be competing with South Africa, North Africa, Europe, and so forth, so that our many youngsters, young people, can have some elements of STI-driven economic development. And the fifth is the trust in science. So you can read that later. And just to emphasize the role for which the US has used science, technology, innovation. Think about this, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. How do you use STI for national security or national interest? How do you use STI for health security? How do you use STI for food security? How do you use STI for social security cohesion? Because science is apolitical. Science brings people together on the facts that come out of either a laboratory or whichever testing. So the facts speak for themselves, so that 1 + 1 is 2 in science, or depending on the base in which you're talking about. So here is the advisor to the president. He says, for 75 years, America has led the world in science and technology. That leadership has had profound benefits for our national security, our health, and our economy. I rest my case, ladies and gentlemen. They have used it for 75 years. Of course, when they come here, they'll tell us to use it only for economy, but they're using it for a different reason. So as TVET, as we churn out the people that you use, churn out people that they're going not only to fit in the economy, they're also going to fit in helping us secure our national security. They're also going to fit in guaranteeing us health security. They're also going to fit in guaranteeing us the food security. And I'll skip some slides. And just on you might have seen the slide where you're saying the agencies that regulate and handle science, technology, innovation in the US report directly to the presidency. This is how they've escalated it. Why do you do that? It is science advocacy, it is STI diplomacy, because when you do this, then there's a great allocation. And in the US organogram, maybe you're not seeing it clearly, there's a team. One arm is the scientists and technologists like myself and yourself. Another arm is policymakers. Then the other arm is security, like the National Intelligence Service will recommend people to be part of that sector. That is how serious they've taken STI. In Japan, the Council for Science, Technology, Innovation, like Nakosti, is in the cabinet office, advising the prime minister all the time on matters, because they literally see, even in engaging with a country like Kenya, the partnership is always about science, technology, and innovation. Closer home, yes, and you might have seen this slide, that President Museveni has moved into that space of escalating science to the very highest level. 2 years ago, he established a Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation called MOSTI. Then last year, he decided that that ministry will report directly to him. And the reason was he doesn't like the bureaucracy of scientists. There are things he wants done for the people of Uganda. He's not, just like in the times of COVID, there's no time to wait for stage 1, stage 2, stage 10. People need vaccines, and risks have to be taken. Yes, you can see when the vaccines that we are given, that you have been vaccinated with, it didn't go through the 10, 15 years requirement because it's an emergency. So when you're faced with emergency, you have to take desperate times, require desperate solutions. So he has done that, appointed that. What was the consequence of, yes, they moved this one a little bit. What was the consequence of his escalating science and technology? Yes, we look at the very last statement. Yes, when STI was brought under the presidency of President Museveni, he has this year, this financial year, which is ending in July, he has allocated landmark budgeted allocation to science, technology, innovation in Uganda, amounting to about Kenya shillings. If you convert the Uganda currency to Kenya shilling, 15 billion. They're now talking of manufacturing medicine in outer space in collaboration with, I think, the US. Compare that with Kenya. We are still ahead of them. But if they continue doing this, in time, they'll be ahead of us. Yes, in time with, and we are very pleased that even our own very own current government has taken this matters of science technology to a higher level, because you can see Uganda is investing 15 billion. Compare that amount of money to the amount of money given to the National Research Fund. They are currently being given a budget of 332 million. Compare that with 15 billion, what you can do with 15 billion. And that 15 billion will go to the vet institutions that are in the medical field. They'll go to the TVET institutions that are in the technology engineering field. It will go to TVET institutions that are in the indigenous, call them what? Indigenous knowledge systems, IKS. So the money is not there for people to grab. It's already allocated. It's 15 billion, 1 billion will go to this, 2 billion will go to this millions will go to that. Is already allocated. So it's not like compete, give us your ideas. No, it's already based on ideas that are there. So we are heading there. Be ready for that. And it's through Sti Mainstreaming that you're able to know, because we wouldn't want a silo where what is happening at Kibabi Teachers College or Training College, no, the one in Taveta College is not aware. That is actually the purpose of Sti Mainstreaming. If allow me to proceed, in Kenya, I just had a chance to get some tweets of His Excellency the President before he even became the president. And they got very powerful statements from him. In 2015, His Excellency the President, he said, we are living in a new age. This is now our very own president, please. This is how matters are serious. And that's what I'm saying. For those who have not enrolled for this Sti Mainstreaming, you might just find yourself in a very, very tricky space. And allow me just to mention, I think last week when he was launching the Public Service Commission Cohesion Report, in the report done by PSC, on the last few pages, they had listed agencies that did not submit their data. You can check that. I think you have that report, either it's online and wherever. And during his speech, His Excellency just made a word. These institutions, I think, have never taken it seriously. So either they have not been reporting for either this year or last year or the last 2 years or whichever, because nobody has been following them up. Then His Excellency made a statement that the head of public service to ask those institutions that did not submit the information to show cause why they did not do that. Imagine the president himself bringing that kind of statement. So here he has his passion on science and technology innovation. Then Nakosti has not delivered its mandate or provided information to that effect. We wouldn't want to go to that way. So I really urge you, the ones who are not able to conclude their PC, at least appoint before the year, appoint the STI focal person and champions. Then you start engaging so that you have some, even the little data that you can give us, that's fine. We're able to cover you very well and say that, okay, we are working with them. We are still on the way to getting to that documentation. But this is what His Excellency said in a tweet. We are living in a new age, an age of science, technology, innovation. The children under your care must compete in this world. So as you train in TTIs, as you train in technology institutions, are you training them to compete in the world, or are you training them to compete in the village? That is the question I threw to us. Are you training them to compete in the world, to compete amongst other Kenyans, compete in the world, or you are training them to compete in that surrounding village so that they only think about that village? So that will be a disservice to this nation. This is a directive from, or an advisory from none other than His Excellency. In 2019, he made even a more powerful statement. Since we must compete with the best in the world. Mind you, look at what he's saying. We are competing with the world. We are not competing with ourselves. Yeah, since we must compete with the best in the world, we have to scale up our engagement with science, technology, and innovation space, especially among our young generation. Science is going to rule the future, and you have to be ready. Ladies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is the purpose of Sti Mainstreaming. You cannot achieve this when you are alone. You have to achieve this collectively. You have to maximize rather than repeat what institution B has done. You will figure out what your institution has done. But it's not only about developing new technologies, it's also about deploying technology that are out there. If you found there's something good in Uganda, which you can deploy. So when we are inviting you for the exhibition at the Multi-Cycle Conference, it's not only about the new things that you've come with. It's about a new technology, maybe not yours, but you have deployed, which others can learn for, like ERP system. Or you want to go paperless, which is now a directive. Some institution might have gotten a system, maybe purchased it, which is working better than others. Just like the laptops that you use, there's some which are now the latest one, and even the phones that you use. So His Excellency is saying that science is going to rule the future. So it's going to rule the future, and you're out of that science. I don't know which space you will be. So I'm emphasizing on that, hoping that we'll be able to now do what is required of us. And then even most recently, I think after the elections, we were able to say that his government is going to increase that funding back to 2%, which they've already embarked on. So at Kenya, where we really pleased in the STI sector is that for the first time, and through Executive Order number 1 and number 2, His Excellency the President has established for the first time a Presidential Advisory Council on Science, Technology, Innovation. In fact, it's on science and technology. It's assumed innovation is inside. So appointments have not been done. Some of you might lobby to be there if you know the systems that be. But for the first time, just like in America, which has a Presidential Advisory Council on Science and Technology, he has established this, and that advisory council will advise him and his cabinet. That is the high level, a high platform where science, technology is going to operate. And even last week in that meeting at KICC, which CEOs and ministers, PSS were involved, he really emphasized on innovations, and training the youth. And that is the business which you are very much involved with. So please, I would urge all of us to be there. Co-agencies in the STI system, NACOSTI is the regulator and advice on the government on matters of science, technology, innovation. Sometimes we get confused. There's also established the Kenya National Innovation Agency, which is actually our face. Then you have the National Research Fund, which is like the HELB or Universities Funding Board. So please take some time also to distinguish. Sometimes we get requests for support for conferences to NACOSTI. That is the work of NRF. If we had funds, of course, we'll give it, but that's the work of NRF. Sometimes NRF gets requested on quality assurance in research. That is not the work of NRF. So there's always that confusion which we want to relay. NACOSTI, NRF has come from NACOSTI. So we used to combine, I've been there now 3 years. NACOSTI used to combine the work of NRF. It's no longer done at NACOSTI. Please know that NACOSTI regulates, it even regulates the National Research Fund. It regulates the Kenya National Innovation Agency as a regulator. So in terms of even the funding that NRF does out there, and we are in their board, they are in our board, we engage with the public to determine the priorities of science, technology, innovation, through which, and based on that is what NRF funds. Kenya National Innovation Agency, again, we advise Kenya National Innovation on which areas they need to focus whichever monies and support that they have for innovation. So if you did your innovation, get innovation, and it is helping our country, just not helping our neighbors to defeat us economically, then that will not be in order, and as NACOSTI, that will not be recommended. So national interest becomes first. So it's not just anything like, I feel like researching on this, I feel like developing on this. Ask yourself, what are the national priorities? And that is what Sti Mainstreaming is about, to be able to ask you to confirm through your reporting that what you are engaged in, when you give education, is it education on CBC? Is it education on 844? Is it education that is aligned to the country's approach? Or are you teaching other things that are in the global north and the global west and east and so forth? So those are the 3 agencies. One is a regulator and advisor to government on all matters. On research, we advise on research, we advise on science, we advise on technology, we advise on innovation. But our powerful face is Kenya National Innovation Agency. The one that you'll see now when Jiku really encounters directly is Kenya National Innovation Agency, the one that enables both NACOSTI and Kenya and yourself to have some funds to do what you do is an NRF. They have been cash strapped, which is a national and global issue. We are looking at other ways of seeking partnerships to do the same. Function of NACOSTI are 17. Yes, I'm approaching my 1 hour, so I think I have 10 minutes. I have to conclude so that I don't bore you so much also. Yes, there are 17 functions of NACOSTI, very, very unique, very, very challenging functions. We have not been able to realize them due to teething problems. The act was in 2013. It took some time to appoint even the CEOs of NRF and CEOs of Kenya, funding and so forth. But better late than never. The much that we can do, we do it. The same applies to you. You might be limited in infrastructure, in staffing, in so many things, but that should not be the daily cry. You should take note of that and say, within the limits of our resources, what can we do? And you say that we are this few number of staff, we are this limited money, and we did it. Function number 1 of NACOSTI is to develop in consultation with stakeholders the priorities in scientific, technological, and innovation activities in Kenya in relation to the economic and social policies of the government. So how would we do this function if there's no STI Mainstreaming? How would we do this function if we don't have access, and you don't have access to us, and we don't have access to you? And the country's international commitments. And NACOSTI is the focal point of a number of Kenya's international commitments. So this has not happened, but the draft is there. So I want to submit to you and declare to you that the NACOSTI board has approved the draft priorities to enable us as management to engage with you And at some point, I think we'll be writing to call for your comments. Maybe at some point we'll be engaging all the STI stakeholders online so that we agree on them. They're generic, they're huge. This informs even what you will teach in terms of technology in your institutions. And it's very broad, as you can see. It is heavily benchmarked. And this is the draft that you can download from our website. There are 12 priority areas, and you can see research that many of us sometimes think that COSI does is just one out of the 12. So the number one priority area is R&D strengthening, R&D priorities, R&D financing, R&D infrastructure. When we're getting the data that you're giving us, part of the tables is about R&D infrastructure. So that Moranga Teachers Training College or Moranga Technical College might not have to duplicate an equipment which is just nearby in maybe thicker technology, thicker training institute. So we might think of synergizing so that if institution A near you already has equipment A, which is very expensive, you buy equipment B, and then you now share. You share, you even charge the bills. That is one of the mandate that the board has given us, that we really have to optimize the equipment that is there. There's one time you heard of KU, Kenyatta University, the hospital, referral hospital, getting an equipment which could be the only one in Africa. Yes. So that's a unique equipment which we would really want to shout loud so that people know that if you need this kind of equipment, it's at KU, and also KU to get some little money out of it, and so forth and so forth. Then we have STI education. Yes, STI education, communication, talent development, and next, I'm sure you are right inside this one, ladies and gentlemen. So when you'll be doing and you'll be being trained on your institutional STI strategy, we hope one of the things you'll pick, because you have so many, you pick what fits your institution. Yes. So R&D might be, I think all institutions need some element of R&D. They are the main ones, like research institutions, but every institution needs some element of survey, status report. What is the status report of TVET institutions in the country? You need to know that. So that is basic research. But where your focus will be is on STI education. We are doing a very key thing. And you can see on the second column, we have benchmarked heavily for each of these STI priority areas. So when we'll be engaging you as stakeholders, and you tell us, we think that Kenya's priority should be on A, B, C, D, please benchmark. Kenya is not on its own. It's not in a deep sea by its own. So when myself as Nakosi come and say, we think this is a priority for Kenya. Yes, it's good to think, but how is it related to the global economy? How is it engaged with Kenya's interaction with the global environment? So you can see, like the one R&D, we have just picked a few. It is also a priority of China, UK, Japan, US, Canada, Cambodia, South Africa. So this is one of the things we're encouraging even in policy development, that when we come up with a policy which is subjective, yes, I put it because it suits me as Oyawa. How does it help Mr. Kamau or Miss Jane if it only subjective to me? So to minimize national debate, we will ask you, please Google, check, share experiences. Tell us we think this is a priority, because it also allows us to connect and trade with Tanzania and so forth. So the other one is number 3, affects all of you. Yes, if you thought it was about research topics, no. STI inclusivity, STI advocacy, STI diplomacy. If you can't communicate, or we can't communicate your the very good and wonderful inventions that are in the TVET institutions, if Wanjiku can't get them, then we have not arrived at our destination. We are still somewhere in between the forest heading towards our destination. Then you can see now is when you go to now the modern technologies and so forth. 6, our government agenda, food security. 7, 5th industrial revolution, they're manufacturing body parts now in some part of the world. We need to be aware of that, because it's also a national security issue. STF for SDGs is mandatory, because we have subscribed and signed for the UN, UN treaties. Then number 9, this might not be for you. This might be for the Minister of Interior. It might be for the Minister of Defense. STF for national security, public safety, and emergency response. If you check our website, we have seen we recently engaged with the National Defense University. The National Defense University based in Lanet is the first national university of strategic national importance. It was chartered differently from the other universities. It is a university which falls in 2 ministries for the first time, Minister of Defense and Minister of Education. So this would be a great interest to them. So there's something for everybody. So they cannot say that we in the defense, we don't know anything about STI. When we engage them, ask them, do we have an STI strategy for national security in the country. They say, oh, we didn't know we need it, but now we want to develop it. So this is how powerful STI is. Then STI mainstreaming is there and so forth. So please interrogate this, write to us your comments, tear it down, but tear it down with facts, not politically. Say, I think I disagree with you. This should not be there because of A, B, C, D, and we'll hear you out. The other functions which enable us to do this work, number 2, lead interagency efforts. That is what we are doing in STI mainstreaming. Somebody would ask the question, why Nacosti? Why not so and so to lead this process? It is a mandate given by Parliament to lead interagency efforts to implement sound policies and budgets, working in collaboration with county governments, which due to our limited staffing, we have not fully realized, but we are heading there. We advise the national and county governments on science, technology, and innovation policy. Go to the other one, we ensure coordination. Number 5, again, empowers us to do what we are doing today. Ensure coordination and cooperation between the various agencies involved in the science, technology, innovation. That's part of STI mainstreaming. What we are known for very closely is accrediting research institutes. And as of now, they're about 23, 24. Another 10 have applied to join. But very powerfully, ladies and gentlemen, we approve all scientific research in Kenya. The law requires all scientific research to be approved in Kenya. David, am I still on?
Yes, DG.
Yes, thank you. Yes, the law allows us to approve scientific research. And people ask themselves, why do we have to limit us on research? Why do we have to approve? Number 1, we do it very fast. Within a week or so, despite the challenge of staffing, we try to have them. And those whose work delays is because sometimes we have many submissions for research licenses. It is for all. So when you have done an innovation, and a great innovation that you display in an exhibition, one of the things we might politely, without insisting, ask you, please, what is your research license number? What is your research license number? Because even the students that are trained at KMTC, yes, their CEO sends us a bulk name. The monies are very little. If you have known, like for those undertaking diploma, the research license fee is 100 shillings. Tell me what 100 shillings can do nowadays in Kenya. Yes. So it is more, why do we need that license? I'll go straight away to a slide ahead here. Yes, the need and purpose of research license is to protect you and myself and all of us. The things that are checked in there is that, is your research going to affect our national security? That's paramount. Yes, are you doing things that are only going to help the people who are fighting us or against us, or even our competitors? Are you going to empower them? Yes, you know, we have very porous borders around us. Are you doing things that will help infiltration in the country? Yes. Number 2, the lives of Kenyans. COVID pandemic was it seems to be some virus released into the air. So our labs secure, even your labs at KMTC, are they secure? Because the things that you do. And by the way, one of the reports some years back of interns at I won't mention which institution, who are developing anthrax. You must have heard, as they are doing the research, they were trying to develop anthrax, and they are connected to some other groupings outside the country. So are you doing something that can affect, or even you might be having issues with your CEO or with some of your top management, and you end up putting things in the walls for them to touch, or even on the microphone? Are you doing research that's going to affect the culture and IP rights of our communities? We have an old man now, as we're speaking, who has solution for snake bites from Ukambani. He has not gone to school, but he has that technology. Are you going to take that concoction, research it in Kemri or in university, and then claim the IP rights of the people of Ukambani who know this? Those are the questions that our reviewers ask, and that's the need. If you have another agency, like you're in a university or research institution, and there's another agency doing that, fine, we will be okay. But even at the universities, the Commission of University Education does not regulate research. It regulates higher education, and it promotes research. And I know this because I belong to that sector. So this is the reason, about 8 or so reasons. And then even more important, is your research beneficial? Can you just wake up one day and use public resources at Taita Taveta Teachers College and use public resources to invest what you think you like in your heart? Yes, that will be misuse of resources. So that's the reason, that's why we do research licensing. Yes, and then the other functions are there. There's a wide use there, research systems in the Act. The simplest the Act defines research systems as research, science, technology, innovation. Please, I plead with you to remember that, because this question comes all the time. Yes, we don't do research. We are the licensing board for I don't know what, for something, for betting. And you tell them, but there's a lot of technology that you do there. There's a lot of intuition that is required to be able to even do those betting. Even in sports, there's science for sports or sports science. The research system defined in the Act has research, science, technology, innovation. And somewhere you'll find yourself fitting in. Basic definition, and I've done this before, explained this before, research speaks into science. Science speaks into technology. Technology gives innovation. Innovation, where most TVET institutions are, has a business component. So until you bring in the business component or the extension component, because you can come up with something which you want to sell, but you can also come up with something which you want to give for free as part of philanthropy. You might even be advising your county people or the people in primary school, the students in primary school, that please, this is how you wash your hands and so forth. There is either a business component or an extension component. You read this, keep, as I near some of the concluding slide, NACOSTI is the national focal point for a number of Kenya's international obligations. They are security related. We work very strongly. We have been inviting institutions to join us in our annual trip to Geneva to engage on matters of biological weapons convention, which are related to COVID pandemic. I think moving forward, we'll also be inviting your principals, those who are available to join us there, just to see what happens in the world. Our last delegation, we had about 17 senior level government officers. We laid our stakes there because there are also funds there. Yes, when we have signed, we pay annual fee. Kenya pays through the National Treasury annual fee, and therefore we have a right to be part of the scholarships that are there, to be part of the trainings that are there, to be part of the opportunities that are there. Like now, we are the focal point of International Center for Kenya's focal point in the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology, and they are bringing a regional research center at Egerton University. This was done competitively. 7 universities competed. 3 were shortlisted, Egerton won. Now that funding is, several billions of funding is going to come from International Center for Genetic Engineering. This is the value proposition that we put in Sti Mainstreaming, that when you are part of this, when these opportunities come, like yesterday I just received adverts for PhD and Masters by the same ICGEM, we're able to share them. So you'll see them, we share them with your CEOs because they are the accounting officers, but we copy to all the STI focal persons, all the STI champions. Your work is, they are not copied to you as individuals, but you're copied to you. I think you have a right within an institution to circulate them, even to the CEO, that we have received this from NACOSTI. You appointed me as the STI focal person, so I'm circulating this to staff, or if possible, circulate it through your office. So we have a number, AFRA, very many institutions, including universities and ministries like Kenya Bureau of Standards. The staff are being trained under this AFRA, which is affiliated to International Atomic Energy Agency. They are talking about peaceful use of nuclear science and technology. So again, a number of you can watch that we have been sharing this information of opportunities that are there. A number of our people are going to South Africa, Vienna, and so forth. This is now the value proposition of Sti Mainstreaming, that you are able to see the opportunities that are there. CTBTO, you have a big station at Karura, which we delegated to University of Nairobi. Modern equipment, if there's a tremor, even a small tremor, is probably one of the few equipments in the entire Africa that is coming through these international obligations and so forth. Yeah, so if you allow me, ladies and gentlemen, I'll now move much faster and talk about something which I also want to shout loud, that technology, science, technology, and innovation has great benefits. But for every coin has a head and the tail. Right now in the post-COVID, or not even the post-COVID, in the wake of COVID, we are still in the COVID regime. There is the element of dual use of technology. That's how the biological weapons come in. And we need just to be alert at TVET institutions, even as you train the students, that alert them that this technology can also be used against you and against us. And I put you something that came in the newspaper on the 21st. That was, is it 2 or 3 weeks ago? This was in the newspaper. You must have seen it for those who read newspaper. That Cambridge study shows pork, poultry meat sold in supermarket is contaminated. This is from Cambridge, our topmost research institution. It's ranked #1, by the way, in Kenya. If you check on the Shimago ranking, they talk of nearly 96.6% of poultry samples tested reveal the presence of bacteria. The question I put to you and to ourselves, was this intentional or unintentional? And whether intentional or unintentional, who is supposed to check on this? Is it Kenya Bureau of Standards? Is it the Kenya Meat Commission? Is it whichever? This is the purpose of Sti Mainstreaming, that the agency which is involved in assuring quality of the products out there, when they're now writing their annual work plan, for STI and also undertaking their STI institutional STI strategy, they will capture that we will do some surveys. Despite our limited fund, we'll do some sampling in all the counties, maybe sample 3, 4, just to test on this. And they'll be picking these samples and taking them to either the lab of KEMRI so that it is them. It doesn't wait until KEMRI, because KEMRI is not charged with checking whether the food there in the supermarket is contaminated. There must be agencies that do that. So those agencies will be able to include that. That is now the dual use of technology. Okay, this is very serious. It affects you, it affects me, it affects our children, it affects everybody. And it can, for now, it's unintentional, but suppose somebody does it intentionally. Yeah, in the very, sometimes what we call a very hot political climate, somebody converts this. This is where now, where Sti Mainstreaming also comes. Herbicides or pesticides, okay? Again, this was NGOs use of harmful herbicides used in Kenyan farms. Maybe you're involved in this, maybe you're aware of this. Who checks on this? The institution that checks on this needs to include that as part of the strategies in the institutional STI strategy, so that when you commit, when you write and you commit, you're able to invest resources to send officers in the various counties, in the various areas, by sampling, not all of them. You can decide this year we're sampling only Garissa County or County B or County wherever. That helps the Kenya because our lives are at stake. That's why you say STI has direct bearing on public safety. This again is the news. It's not made by Nakosti. It was in Thursday, November 2022. Another one, you have seen this, maybe I presented this before. In 2021, how safe is the Sukuma Wiki? Yes, it is for this reason, by the way, when we requested the Kenya Bureau of Standards CEO that he joins us in going to Geneva. He actually wanted to come, but sent one of his senior staff, and he saw that some of the things that we take for granted can really exterminate us. You have seen increase in mental health conditions of Kenyans. Have we ever asked ourselves what is causing this mental health situation? Could it be these things that we are eating that is changing our chemical composition? Yes. In South Africa, they have the same situation where boys feel like they are wherever, and girls feel like they are wherever. Yes. I have no answers, ladies and gentlemen, but the question is, could it be the things, these herbicides that are affecting our chemistry, our hormonal balance in our system? You have seen cases of suicides increasing, which never used to be part of us. You have seen cases of very abnormal murders, somebody murdering his or her entire family and then hanging or killing himself or herself. Yes, have we ever thought what could have caused this? Because these chemicals definitely have some effect on that. So this is a serious public safety concern, serious national security concern, because even our security system, people there take this kind of food. So this is why this is important. Then you saw this also. Yeah, this is not our creation, where Kenya Bureau of Standards orders recall of 10 cooking oils. They didn't tell us what was inside. They all look very nice. We take them. Yes, this is science and technology on the other side of things. Either unintentionally, a bad product comes out which can harm people, or intentionally. Difficult to know. Only God knows the hearts of people. But it is happening out there, and you have to do something. Then the aflatoxin, and we had very successful engagement in the National Cereals and Produce Board. They were telling us we don't do research. So what is it that you want us here? Say no, but are you involved in science? Are you involved in technology? Are you involved in innovation? Then we ask them, what is the effect of what you handle? You supervise storing of grain. Then this grain converts to aflatoxin, and it kills so many people. Where you can see now, they're saying researchers in Kenya, Calro, have established that aflatoxins found in common cereals like blah, 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 have become a major burden on Kenya's healthcare system due to their link to cancer. Then I asked them, who should be taken to court on this? And that's when they realized that they can end up being a national security concern for the country. That's what STA is about. It's not about research, it's about the work that you do. Yes. So, fifth industrial revolution, the manufacturing body parts. If you allow me, this is information that you can Google. They call it Society 5.0. We were just beginning to start on the fourth industrial revolution. It has been overtaken by events in the COVID. It's now fifth. In the fourth is digital. In the fifth is digital and human coming together. They can replace the cells in your brain with something which can influence you, can control you. You have heard of super soldiers that you saw in movies. They might become a reality. Human beings who have been put with some gadgets that now dictate their life. The only thing I know they cannot touch probably is our spirit and our soul, but they can affect some other things in us, our moods and so forth. They're printing the heart. Suppose you have this heart I was supposed to have this hat. I'm sick. Go out of the country, get this hat. Very grateful to God that I'm alive. But suppose somebody has programmed it that this guy or these Africans or these Kenyans, I want to give them this hat. They'll be healthy for 1 year. Then suddenly they'll just collapse. It's a public health issue. It's a national security issue. The first person with a printed eye is here from the UK, Mr. Steve. A British man has become the first patient in the world to be fitted with a 3D printed eye. It's printed like a printer. Yeah, so 3D is not a new thing anymore, but the eye is printed. He's happy, you can see smiling, but is he aware? You never know. Whoever made this eye, as he put that eye to be a video camera, that when he's talking to you and smiling, he's recording and emitting. Yes, the positive side, a life has been saved. The other side, whoever has done that might have put something. So we need to be aware. We might not have the money to do this, but we need to be aware of that. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, allow me just to go to the part where we're saying, what is your value proposition? Why do we get a lot of this data? We get a lot of this data and we cannot, it's not possible to say that do not give us this. All this speak into a number of indices. One is the Kenya's Global Innovation Index, very powerful tool which is being used to attract business in a country. So it has parameters. You find out what those parameters are. A Global Innovation Index, Kenya has been doing averagely very good in the region, but it's like we're worsening a little bit. Another one is World Competitiveness Index. The #1 country is Denmark. I think we are not even ranked. Yes, but a good number of the requirements of some of the parameters are like the infrastructure. You've seen the circle at the end. Infrastructure, technological infrastructure, they call it the basic infrastructure, they call it scientific infrastructure, they call it education. As you educate the youngsters that you do and other institutions do, we need to take that data to the people who do this ranking. To say that our TVET institutions are training top-notch middle level artisans and career civil servants, so that Kenya can be ranked, and by that ranking, it attracts business and industry into the country, and by the extension, of course, it provides jobs for our people. So, what is your value proposition as an institution? Can you be able to trace yourself in terms of your input into Kenya's Global Innovation Index, into Kenya's World Competitive Index, into Kenya's SDG Index? It's not very clear, but you can Google this. Kenya is doing fairly badly there, not because you have not done, but because the data available has not been relayed. Yes, we are planting trees everywhere. We are doing a number of things everywhere, but there is no common system to gather that information. And this is where now Sti Mainstreaming comes. So SDG Index, there's another one, most technologically advanced country in the world. It attracts business. The top country in this one is South Korea, US, Denmark, Switzerland. We need to be somewhere. Yeah. At the moment, I think we might not even be anywhere. Then World Digital Competitiveness Index. As you know, one of the planks of our government right now is a digital superhighway. And it's in the MTP4 as one of the 5 planks, digital superhighway, digital economy, and so forth. So what have you done in your institution to increase either the bandwidth, to increase the use of ERP, to increase or enhance the use of every staff, the % of staff with iPads, with laptops, and so forth? When you do that and we capture that data, then that data goes to Kenya's World Digital Competitiveness ranking, and that will be a value proposition to Anjiku, and which will be the value proposition of Kenya in the global arena. So with this World Talent ranking, the students that you produce, are they able to escalate us to be like Switzerland, which is the #1 ranked World Talent ranking? So this is the reason we need that data. Human ICT ranking, all that, Frontier Technologies Index, all that you need. Now, coming back finally as I conclude, and I think I've gone beyond 1 hour now. Sorry for that, ladies and gentlemen. It's just there's a lot to be consumed, and that's why we would ask you when we launch the modules, and I think that their cost will be more of, it's actually cost sharing, where you meet just the cost of the hotel in which it's offered in person. Those who will join online, of course, there are no cost for that. We have, these are the forms. What is the benefit of that form of human resource capacity? What is section B? What is the value of that of RSTI infrastructure? I've talked about it, so that you can share, and you can also form information of Kenya Global, whatever. So give us the information. You'll only do it once, all the research infrastructure. Then in the subsequent quarters, you'll be saying only this has changed. You will not be repeating, because it will already have been captured. And as you have said, our team, if you are so stuck, we can send somebody there to work with you in 2 days and just to help you feed in that information. Expenditure, this comes from accounts department. The way the Kenyan system is broken down, there'll be GOK grants. Your accountants know this very well. GOK grants is captured. There's money from donors is captured. There's what you capture as your A in A, like the fees paid by your students is A in A. Very simple data, which you just ask finance officer, please, can you give us this data? Then you verify yourself. Then, of course, as NACOSTI, you might also try to find a way of verifying. And once you have that data, the changes now will be very SRS. These are inputs. Publications. Yes, some of you might have published out there. A number of you people, Kenya, are now very good at writing books. Yeah, if you have written books about your spirituality and so forth, that's good for the country. But you might not know how to classify that. But you have written books on technology development, science development, or even the training, like those who are writing now the discourse of CBC. And yesterday there was some, I think some training from some UK agency, British High Commission in parts of Nairobi on just how they call it foundation or something related to the CBC. If you have written books on how we can get to inculcate science, technology, innovation in the CBC group, that is part of communication, and it's been published by a renowned publisher. That information needs to go out there because it will improve the ranking of Kenyans. Of course, ultimately, if you're patented, and a number of TVET researchers and innovators have actually patented, we need to capture it. Please know that there are two types of information. There's information which is annual, like the budget. So when the year ends, we start afresh. But there's information which is not annual. Yeah? If we ask you the number of patents, we're asking for the patents ever since you started to be an institution. Then we would want to know what are the changes in the quarter. If it's 0, fine. If you have one more patent, you include it. So please segregate that information. Then number 2, also know that we want the cumulative data. So if you're talking of this quarter, you'll be giving us some information, I think, in the next 2 weeks. You will give us up to this quarter. The total number of patents are this. But in addition, during the quarter, we added, out of this 1,000 or 20 patents, we have added 2. We want to see the progress in the quarterly system. Remember that also, we need cumulative, that's the total to date, and also what happened in the quarter. It is important, that information is important. So dissemination and all that, very simple. Once you do it once, it's done. How are you using that information? The information, the scant information that we have received so far online, this is how our team is using it. One is on equipment. We're able to say that when you talk of a real-time PCR system, which is under the area of natural sciences, the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute have invested 15 million on that equipment. So if you're looking for that equipment to do your experiment, or even for medical equipment which needs to be used, then you are able to know that it's happening it's there at Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute. If you go there, I'm seeing like at Calro, yeah, there are people who have they call it digestibility trial unit with heating unit. That's at Calro. It's at their center at Moguga. It is worth 500 million. Yes. How many of you can afford that 500 million? So do you need to spend money duplicating it, or do you send your samples or wherever to Calro? This is the value proposition that this Sti Mainstreaming is giving. But in addition, it's also being taken internationally for those who are ranking, so that our ranking good. So that is just one aspect. And the same applies to all the others. I'll skip. I'll go now next to, yes, very quickly. Yes, research and development expenditure. We're able to see that Sangalo Teachers Training Institute has invested this amount of money on training. Yes, they have recruited new faculty to train. And by that one, we check on like even your salary, or they have taken their staff to Arusha to train on CBC or the latest technology on drone technology, for example. To be able to say that like Pwani University invested this % of their operational budget on ABCD. Very powerful information. Therefore, we're able to say that and advise the government that please, we think Muranga TTC is doing very well, or like Meru TTC is doing very well. And they attracted this amount of billions from the donor community. Please, can you add them something to finish what they're doing? So this is how important that data is. I'll also move very quickly. Workforce, the data that you have received now, this is what you have received, that table, and you'll have it. It informs us that in natural sciences, the number of people in Kenya with PhD who are male and are above 50 years are 352. Yes, this is not all because a number of you have not reported. So when you report that, we're able to know what are the shortfalls. If we are looking for doctors, where you can see we are talking of like medical health, we're able to just go like you look at now, just the first degree, you would be able to see bachelor's degree. The number of people who are in the medical and health sciences. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to get my mouse. Yeah, who are in the health sciences, who are female, who are below 50 years of age are around 142. So these are like, you would imagine like the doctors. So that information, it means we have not received the full information from all the MDS and the counties, because I know there are more, much more than that. So this is just the typical of how we use this information to advise government, to advise the publics, even for you, so that you can have free access on that. So with that, our team did a lot on the same. On patenting, you will be able to see how many patents we have in the country, and by the patenting as direct bearing on the Global Innovation Index, which is being done under WIPO. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me just to thank you for being with us. I can see the numbers have gone up to 150 now. The conclusions, very quickly: STI are key drivers of economic and social development, as well as national security and public safety. Please remember national security. Please remember public safety. You have seen the dual use of technology. You can see we can be extinct without us knowing. The pandemic has reaffirmed the vital role of science and innovation. So when you go back to institutions, inform your principal, inform your CEO that please, we need a little bit more investment on this from the resources that you receive. A number of you have very big farms. Yes. So please lobby for us with your institutions, say some good words. Then NACOSTI seeks to partner with the entire STS sector. It's a mandate given. We're just doing what Wanjiku informed us to do, which we are being audited now, and you're being told you have not done enough. Where are these institutions? What have they done? What have you done? Contribute? Oh, just yes. There was an David, am I back online? There was some interruption. David?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yes, so yes, so read this. I think our conclusions, we would really want to partner with you, and you are our eyes there. Please help us. Finally, we're inviting you to this multi-sector conference, the second multi-sector conference on science, technology, and innovation. This will be multifaceted. It will be higher level because it's close high level and the middle level, and whichever level you call it, you name it. And the focus will be very similar to what you're saying. What the title of this presentation: Harnessing Science, Technology, Innovation for Food Security and Public Good in a Transformational Digitized Economy. It is multifaceted. It will have an interministerial high-level dialogue where we're inviting our Ziris to be able to just share on how they're infusing science and technology in line with the current government approach of digital economy. Then we'll have the normal presentations, scientific and technology presentations. Then we'll have where you really fit in the exhibitions. It will be at Safari Park. The booths will be on first come, first served basis. So please liaise with our team, because we do not know, we know there's a lot of interest on the exhibition part. Exhibition is not just about what you have developed or are developing, but about what you have deployed. Because we don't have to develop what has been developed. And you'll be training, or other institutions will benchmark with you if you have maybe received some technology from China and you have deployed it successfully. So it goes both ways. Of course, we want more of the technology to be ours. But where you have used external technologies to enhance service delivery, we also appreciate that. Then we'll have another session, which is now for the youngsters, for high schoolers, and what used to be called like the Science Week. And I know Calro is as a team which has science and technology education centers. We'll also invite them. And if there are some of you who are able to demonstrate and encourage young people to join science, please apply to be part of that plank or trust on science and technology education centers, just to encourage. And this is again where you're very good, by the way, where you can just like in SEPU, school equipment production unit, they're now coming with mobile laboratories. That would be a good forum for them to display for high schoolers, for tertiary institutions, and so forth. So with those many words and presentations. Allow me to thank you for sparing some time. I'm seeing you're 151, quite a high number, and to request you really to be part of this Sti Mainstreaming. I'm being called elsewhere, but there's always some 5 minutes for burning questions, which you think you might want to share with me. But I believe our team there is competent enough and will be able to answer your questions. So back to you, David Jubi. Now I'm seeing you're chairing the session. Please, if there are some burning questions, then I can answer them before I exit to another session.
Thank you, DG, for that insightful presentation and opening the session for today. Any burning questions? We'll take 3 participants. Raise your hand. Francis? Francis, you can hear us? Check whether you are muted. Francis? John? John, unmute and talk and ask the question or concern. John? John, we are waiting for you.
Or also you could read, if there's any question on the chat, you could read for me.
Yeah, there was a question by John about how the steps in commercializing and innovation, or maybe that can be answered by our team.
Yes, but we can also respond in commercialization, which is an extremely important thing. We have now the Kenya National Innovation Agency set up on that to encourage commercialization. From the side of NACOSTI, we still encourage. It is difficult for you to come up with a product and market it. It's called the principle of separation of duties. You might be a very good scientist, but then to convert that to the language of Wajiko might be difficult. So we are really encouraging, in many cases, if you can go it alone, the better. But in most countries where it has worked is that there's always been a company. But so long as the company doesn't steal your product, that's why you sign royalties through the Attorney General's office, and you are patented your work. Then for everything, they now take it to that level that for everything that if they sell your technology, there's a percent for you. That's how some great inventors have become rich. But in Kenya and Africa, we are still forced to try and you go to the lab, do your good work, and then you also want to market it. Like somebody who came up, a professor came up with a sort of like a chemical concoction during the COVID. It was being sold at 7,000. Yes, he was successful, I think, in selling it, but after a while, it dwindles. So we'd really want to encourage you that when you start your technology, secure it so that nobody steals it. Then you bring in the companies, and the government eye is there. The Minister of Interior is there to ensure that you get what is your stake. So the steps from our side, which is benchmarked with the best, is there needs to be a company. When you finish your studies or your invention, then you try to persuade a venture capitalist or a private sector. It is very difficult. It is very difficult. But when they have worked with you from the word go, they'll be able to tell you, okay, go this route, go that route. It is much faster. It happens in Europe and elsewhere. But again, the steps are there if you want to take it yourself forward. But Kenya National Innovation Agency is our best. Any other?
Yes, DG, there is one on whether the one we used to call the Science Week has been transferred to multi-sectoral conference, and also whether NACOSTI has a regional or county offices.
Yes, the Science Week is now part of the multi-sectoral because it's broader. You know, the Science Week was a very powerful event, but you can see now in the wake of COVID, science technology has gone much, much broader. So it's one of the key planks, and it's that science and technology education centers. So there are those of you who will be able to exhibit, welcome. There are those of you who are just trying to encourage the youngsters or even your students who are there because the students at Sangalo TTC might be, maybe are being taught something different from the students at Moranga TTC or Taita Taveta TTC or Turkana TTC. So we're also encouraging you just to come and show what you do at your institution. As I said, it's not just about technology developed, but it's about technology deployed, and it's about also what you teach, how you teach it. Like I'll give an example of SEPO. So the Science Week is one of the 4 plans. Then there's another one, David, on the same question. Unmute.
Does Nacosti has regional offices? Counting or counting?
No, not yet. And again, that law requires a Kenya National Innovation Agency to have offices there. But as Nacosti, we are now working with the Council of Governors to be able to have our contact points in every county. Dr. Jobe, I think you're aware that we are signing MOU with them, so that through them we're able to identify. We might not have enough human capital to place in 47 counties. By the way, we're only right now about 50 staff at Nacosti. So if we took all of them, one per county, we'll have no staff left. Even the DG will be based in one of the counties. But you're working with the county governors so that they identify one staff who will be working with us, and you can help us on the same. Next.
I think there are no further questions. Whichever ones we raise later, I think we should be able to handle. Thank you.
Yeah, so finally, I think thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for persevering with me. I can see the numbers have stood constant there. As I said, we don't take it for granted. Please help us succeed in this so that you can be able to quantify your value proposition to the country. It is so important. Numbers never lie. And that's why we even say that the debate on GMOs should not be about the politics. It should be about the facts that are there. And the facts are very clear outside there. As scientists, we should be propelling. So when we engage politicians on the same, it becomes now 50-50. So help us get these facts. And these are the facts that we can relay that the TTCs are doing a great work. We are able to trace some of your staff who have been recruited in various agencies, both local and international. You might be aware that some Kenyans are recruited at NASA. Maybe they are the former students. Some are the ones you've heard of, the famous professor who is a chief advisor in the UK on transport sector. We need to trace the diaspora. We need to link you with the diaspora, and just to make Kenya a better country in whichever. Thank you very much, and God bless. I'll be in and out just to listen, but I think our team is up to the task. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, DG. Dear participants, we will take a break of 5 minutes, then we will start the second session. So let's take a break of 5 minutes, and then we'll be back by 21 or 22 past 11. Thank you.
Okay, participant, want to welcome you back for this second session. Again, we're going to use the same format. We'll run two presentations, a quick one, but important. Then towards the end of the two sessions, we run a question and answer. Also, this will be your opportunity. So once again, I will take you through this session. I will take the shortest time possible to just provide some highlights in regard to the institutional science, technology, and innovation strategy in regard to development and the implementation of the same. You appreciate that the capacity to do this institutional strategy will go a long way in helping our institution to mainstream science, technology, and innovation in your production systems. So this is one of the requirements for this year indicator or sub-indicators you expected to develop, but if you don't have, no problem. This is why we are providing this opportunity so that we can agree how to go about phase. So in a very brief manner, I will just keep this slide. The Director General has really given us the basis and the justification as to how and where the STI mainstreaming is important, and much more so to demystify that aspect between research and science, technology, and innovation. You all believe that and agree by this point that science, technology, and innovation mainstreaming is broader than the research aspect. But the key point here is we really want to have this institutionalized within our institutions so that we can be able to leverage on the STI for the obvious reason how STI is important for our economy. So I just decided to share this so that one, you can appreciate the institution that are reporting. They are already on this platform. By the end of the second quarter, this financial year, we had 242 institutions that are reporting. This is it is actually very important because we are showing the goodwill and that need for the institution to come on board. Many more are still coming, but considering that the TVET and tertiary institutions are the largest group. So we really want to congratulate you for having taken these and give it its importance that it requires. So really, it is an important aspect for us to note because of your the critical and the serious mandate you have in your institution. So this is encouraging as a country. This is the spirit for us to embrace the STI. So asante sana for taking this initiative, and we really welcome more to be on board so that we are able to work together. Again, as the Director General indicated earlier, we are free to engage at any one point, whatever stage you are in, so that we are able to address the concerns at institutional or level because of your different capacity. So we are talking about institutional STI mainstreaming strategy, because for us to succeed in this, we need the strategy. This is the instrument that will help us actually institutionalize what we are talking about and mainstream. By second quarter, we had 63% of all. Now this is all, TVET, universities, everybody included. 63% of the 242 had already developed this strategy. 37%, and the more reason now we thought we have a discussion around this topic. So 37% are yet to develop. So it's not that you're doing it wrong. It's a process, and everybody will come at their own time And because of obvious many other reasons, the capacity and the like. And this is one of the forums to try and address such. But institutional strategy are very important because this you're breaking it down to your level, the kind of the steps and the priority areas you're going to address. But at national level, we are given about 10 strategic issues that will help our MDAs to deliver on their mandates and what they have committed through their strategy plans. So in other words, the capacity to develop this strategy will be a plus point even to our TVET institutions, because you're able to actually articulate the steps and the action plans you need to really domesticate within your programs to have STL good. So this is important. I just wanted to lay the basis as to why we thought it's important. We have a discussion around this because we're able to work around together. Again, this is an area you will require capacity. We'll be able to engage you. We'll be happy to support you to walk this journey. So for the purpose, I just want to take the next few minutes so that I just run through the overview of this STI strategy. You have seen, most of you, some of you have already developed the institutional ones. Some of you are yet to develop them. Some of them you are coming on board for the first time, so we still be willing to work together with you. So this is really is just to refresh our minds because this template is on our website. This is what we were expected to do that. Again, is to standardize for this indicator for every institution to be on the same page. We need each institution to domesticate this at your level. So what we are calling the STI strategy, the template has 5 chapters, just for clarity. And of course, some of the information needed here are very basic, and it's already what you have. So it shouldn't be much of a problem. Because chapter 1, we're only talking about the issues of institutional background, what goes into the document, again, so that to give it the focus and actually that foundation. So you need to bring out the issues of your institution, the mandate, the category you're in, because your mandates are very clear in your document, and then your historical or background for anyone reading the document, so that you are able to be together. So chapter 2 of this strategy, the template that we have provided gives you an opportunity to do situational analysis. This is common for everybody, so that's why I say this issue speaks to your mandate, to your function, and your programs. So chapter 2, you are expected to include situational analysis of your institution. So situational analysis, you are all aware about the issues of SWOT, the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threat around your institution. Again, you will be well guided by the institutional strategic plan. So we will be generating any new aspect, any new issues. But this is the only area of focus here. What I want to emphasize is that you're looking at the strength, the opportunities in regard to STI, the science, technology, and innovation aspects within your area, strategic plan. So to make it easier that you are being guided by your strategy plan, not reinvent anything. And then this document is also guiding you to execute your committed and programs and functions and the like. So this is not like asking you to do a document that is not domiciled within your program and budgeting capacity. So chapter 3 of this template is guiding our institution to now giving this strategy, the strategic orientation. So chapter 3 and chapter 4 is where you really need to give it that more focus and serious thought. But for vision, mission, and core mandate, as indicated, those are clearly your institutional visions, which are in your document, the strategy plans, so nothing new. The only thing that will differ here is the objective of this strategy, because we need to really be highly focused. The strategy is guiding us to do what? The strategy that we're going to develop, guided by your strategy plan. And then you need those guiding principles in terms of this institutional strategy. For those who have not done this, the capacity is there and will be able to engage and help you through this process. So, of course, the guiding principle you are saying, it has to be relevant. It has to be in line with our national priority, Vision 2030. It has to be in line with the other regional agenda, and like, so that the document is speaking to something, national level and downstream to the institutional level. It is focusing to some direction. It is answering to some committed the national development plans. So again, this is strategic. This is chapter 3 is really giving you that really direct focus, so that you're able to get out of field and direction. So chapter 3 continues, because now here is where you are coming up with the strategic issues, the STI strategic issues that will guide our strategy. And we are giving, because we are not changing what we have. We are guiding the institution that have already developed, and for uniformity, we are giving providing these 8 strategic issues. And you will agree with me, these are very important aspects, even in your institution, in your mandate and in your function. These are areas that are guiding. The issues of human resource development, very important for institutions to grow and execute their mandates. The issues of STI infrastructures, those who are already reporting, you have seen how important, and the data that you're giving through this platform, how useful it is. So the STI strategy, we will develop strategy to address these strategic issues. The issues of continuing increasing our prioritizing investment. But the focus is we are tuning this to the science, technology, and innovation. So how we human resource capacity to address STI issues, the collaboration and partnership around the science, technology, and innovation aspect, technology transfer, development, and innovations. You are showing a lot of interest in innovations. So technology development and diffusion and all transfer, the innovations are play a very critical aspect. And that's where we'll develop strategy for help to harness that capacity. And then the issues of STI advocacy and awareness, we really need to create that awareness for STI, gender mainstreaming, and then the issues of training and research. These are your internal training aspects and the research activity that you have. So the strategy we are developing will be hinged on these 8 priority areas. But again, for those who are already reporting, you will not be reporting on all those. But it is very important. And then they are being drawn from what your strategic plan aspired to achieve. This you are doing for 3 years against your 5-year planning document. So you are within your planning period. So this template or this layout is provided to guide you how to generate your strategies around those 8 strategic issues. Just not listed in order of priority, but that is for a guide. For example, the human resource development, that are the strategic issues we really want to pay attention to. So you will be expected to develop or to generate strategic objectives to help your institution address the human resource development. What will be your objectives? Again, what you have here are examples. Perhaps you may need to consider the enhancement of the capacity you have around in your institution. The third column is where you generate your strategies, specific to your issues, specific that speaks to your what your strategy plan and vision. So what we are saying here again, this strategy, you're coming up with the steps or the actions that you're going to do to address that area, to achieve the objectives you will have generated. Of course, you can have several strategies that will speak into enhancing quality or capacity of human resource. The example provided there just those as for the guide, so that you're able to get it clear and link what you need to do to answer to your objectives, what you have generated. That is to increase the research as technology personnel, whether your aspect will be to enhance the gender parity issue, whether you'll be able to, how to even to retain, attract and retain human resource around the STI. Remember, our focus is the STI. Is STI infrastructure a very important strategic issue? We have agreed. Again, the second column, you expected or you're guided to generate strategies that speaks to that. How do you think you want to approach it as an institution to strengthen the infrastructure around that? TVET institution, this is very critical and very important. You, because of your mandate, you have those research labs, training labs, and all that. So what are the strategies that guided by your strategy plan that speaks to strengthen STI infrastructure? Column 3, you generate just some actionable strategies that you're going to do. What will you do within a period of 3 years to address the infrastructure? So what we are talking about here is you are generating strategies that are achievable within 3 years. Then you break them down into a year work plan, so that what we're able to do every year. Year 1, you're going to focus on what? Year 2, focus on what? Something like that. So the template provide the layout of how we're going to do it, the issues of STI funding, investment, and you can imagine here we're talking about continuing increasing investment in the STI, science, technology, and innovation. That's why I say, like your institution, this is very important because of your mandate and the critical mandate you have in this country to develop the next generation of human competent human resource. So definitely the infrastructure issues are very important. So what will be the strategies to increase funding over the years? What percentages are you committing continuously to do that? And it is very important for each and every institution, wherever you are situated. It is your desire to see over a period of 3-5 years, you are continuously increasing investment in that area. So this is really the strategy that will speak to your desires and to your commitments as an institution. So that is the layout. So issues of awareness, you are coming up with the strategies. How do you increase STI advocacy? These are the issues of the conferences you do, the forums that you do to create awareness around that. In that sequence, for all the strategic issues, you proceed by generating the objectives, what you want to do, 1 or 2 or 3, based on your perspective, and then the strategies. What would you want to do? Of course, this is guided by the available resource and what were the desires of your strategic plans thereabout. So that will do for all the 8 strategic issues we are indicating or we are guiding. So this is common and across all the MDAs in all categories. So again, it's a standardized template, and it is so flexible because we are just asking institutions to just focus on their interest and their priorities. What will be the actions to support or to increase investment, awareness, and all that in view of the importance of the STI. So that generally is the template for the strategy. But once you do the strategy, definitely you need a framework for implementation. So chapter 4, as I had said, chapter 3 and 4 are very important, because chapter 4, you generate now the implementation framework. And this will be very key how you position yourself, because this also provides the mechanisms and the measures of how you're able to measure your level of implementation and the impact thereof. So again, you just use the strategic issues, and then column 2, now you bring the strategies you will have generated. Examples again, if it is human resource, if one of your strategy was to increase the personnel around that, so they will have to generate to project what will be the expected outcomes, what will be the result over a period of 3, 4, 5 years. Then performance indicators will generate what will be your performance indicators, because of course you have to measure. And what can be measured can always be done. Then what will help you to verify that you are able to achieve what was planned for. Finally, this last column, you're talking about the issues of estimated cost. Finance department here becomes so important, because this one you're able to plan within what your strategic plan or planning document have set aside for that. You do that across all the 8 strategic issues, and then because they are all speaking to your strategic plan. Again, it becomes like an instrument of even actualizing what were your plans for the institution. This is an area that if you need support, I want to commit that Lacoste will be willing to work with you in this process. Chapter 5, the last chapter of this strategy, will be monitoring and evaluation. Again, this is the tools to help you see how you're implementing the targets and the planned activities. This is internal. So yesterday there was an issue that in terms of this, when we are talking of M&E reports, are they part of what you'll be reporting on quarterly? These are more of your internal processes. So this they inform your implementation progress. So that you shouldn't really worry about submitting them to us. So this speaks to your internal processes. But again, it's a very important chapter, because this shows how you're committed and how you can measure your success. Finally, in this matter, so that I just wanted to just highlight that it is given that there will be challenges, there will be issues, and that what we are saying and committing that we, of course, because we anticipate this, then we have provided mechanisms to address this. So like what we are doing, these are part of our quarterly sensitization. And then we have mechanisms for demand-driven training. These are in person, you require that support. And then our reporting system are really designed to help and make ease of your reporting. So again, these are attempts to address the concerns that they arise. So thank you for your attention, and having achieved to do this, because we need now the next thing, because as I have said, we are doing a strategy for 3 years, but the implementation period are yearly, so that we are able to measure. So let me just run through the annual work plan that you are expected to develop. Remember, this indicator, the way it appears, what the commitments are, those who don't have a strategy will be implementing, will be committing how to develop one, and those who have one, they will be reporting on what they had planned. So we have provided this work plan, annual work plan template. It is on our website. Nothing has changed. It is still the same. It's what we are just going to use for that quarter and fourth quarter. But just to give it the perspective, I just want to go to this page where we have the stream A and the stream B, so that because we have both categories. There are those who have already developed the strategy. There are those who have yet to develop the strategy, and then there are those who are not on board. You also much welcome, because that coming next financial year, we are still retaining the same indicator the way it is, so that you will be ready to work with us from the very beginning. So for stream A, these are those institutions that have not yet developed the STI strategy. And what this year you expected to do is just to draw a roadmap, how you come up with one. And we had given these as guide how to develop this. So this is what those who don't have the strategy yet, they had committed to do. Examples again, those are examples. You may have more activities according to your capacity and your direction and desires. But this is just a guide, what is expected, how you're going to do the process, whether you're going to have the committees, whether you're going to hold the meetings, how you're going to develop the strategy. And again, the strategy, because an institutional document, you have your internal motions of approving the document, how it will be validated, and how it will be approved. So those are the things that were expected for those who don't have a strategy. Again, that's what I was saying. This process is so accommodating for everybody, because different institutions are at different levels. So that was to take care and accommodate that. So stream B, these are the institutions that have already developed the strategy. Again, we thank you for those who have already taken that step. But it is guiding, because the session that follows immediately, we just see how it's linked, because you are reporting against those areas with the templates that are very clear and guiding on how to do that. So in all the 8 strategic issues we had indicated, so you were to report on any of the 5 strategic issues that you may wish. It's strategic, of course, like a human resource, that is common for everybody, because we are in existence because we have a human resource, whatever number, whatever capacity. So everybody find their way in there. So in the way of reporting, this annual work plan was expected to report around all those 8 issues: the infrastructure, the funding issues, the collaboration and partnership. Again, these are partnership and collaboration around the STI, the MOUs, the engagement that you have in there. So those are what the actual things that goes into the actual reporting. And then finally, in the work plan, it's the aspect of quarterly reporting. This is applicable to both stream A and B, for those who have and those who don't have, because you're expected to report every quarterly. Those 4 reports. And again, the information and the reports that are coming, we have those aspects of ownership. That's why we need the official submission as some official ownership of the documents. With that, let me thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention around that. I will request you, if you have any aspects, just hold on or keep on chatting. But this is an area I've just indicated, should you require support to do that. So I want to invite my colleague, Cyrus Kamau, who really will take us home with the most important aspect of the reporting. Having done our strategy and our work plan, then what's the next is the reporting. So Cyrus, kindly take the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Gigi. Good afternoon. I hope I'm audible. Yeah, and thank you, Dr. Gigi, for the presentation. If allowed, I can stop this presentation and upload my. Okay, thank you. For the next 20 or 30 minutes at most, we'll go through the reporting template. The reporting template will consist of two parts. So first is slides in terms of presentation of what it involves. Then the second part will involve how to access the live system and how to work around it for the new TVETs. There are quite a number of them. I think of late around 15 or 20 TVETs who have joined this financial year that were not within the last year's financial year in terms of reporting. So allow me, even for those who have been able to attend our trainings, to just go through that and engage in a whole approach of the presentation. So the first part of this reporting process requires us, once we're able to select the key areas that will allow us to move forward, like now the focal persons. Once you log in the system, you're able to get into selecting your category. So the category will be research and tertiary institutions. Then you're able to see a place where you're able to select the name of the institution under that subcategory. Then from there, you're able to move into the system. One of the key aspects, I will not emphasize on some of these things because I think the DG and my previous presenters, including Javan, has said this, the importance of focal persons. So we anticipate that you're able to upload, to enter your details and also upload an appointment letter from the accounting officer, who is the principal of the TVETs, appointing the focal persons to that role. So if you haven't yet done that, there is a sample of how you can draft. So basically the TORs are provided. I'll show you where you can track those within the website, and they're able to guide you in terms of developing the TORs for the focal persons who is supposed to be responsible over this. So the 8 responsibilities outlined there, they are responsibility of focal persons, and they're also responsibilities of the champions within the same document. But this one allows you now to have the contact details and the email of the person you are supposed to liaise with. And possibly you realize that when you come to field, we'll be requesting you to upload the appointment letter of focal persons as part of the reporting process. Another thing that is of interest within this indicator is attending training, sensitizations, and awareness. So we anticipate that you're able to provide details of any trainings that you have occurred. So there are trainings way back into last financial year, but we have continued to put into place. And you also create an opportunity. If you have a specialized training that you have requested, and possibly that training has been conducted at the institutional level, there is a place where you can take others, specify, and be able to put the dates. So the ones that we have put there are the general training dates that we have held for sensitization within this PC indicator. So the next part is to go to the tables that the DG had already explained, the mandatory tables for reporting. So we have 6 mandatory tables for reporting, and the first one is to do with human resource. So the table that there is some requirements that have been put on asterisks in red, showing these are mandatory requirement fields that are supposed to be filled even before you go to upload the tables that you have. So the first one to do is staff establishment. We're asking you in-post staff. Indicate the approved number of staff in the establishment. Then indicate the total number of staff who are already working. That's the in-post staff. Then indicate the total number of past who are offering technical or common dates. So for TVETs, these are the tutors, and also considering the people who work in the labs. These are the lab technologists and the lab technicians who support the trainees within the mandate of the TVETs. Then indicate the total number of in-post staff who are non-Kenyans. So sometimes you could have a case of staff exchange. You could have even a case of staff secondment, either from the ministry, either from the county, either even from development partners. If you're having a specific project, maybe under USAID, World Bank, USAID, UK Aid, and any other agents that you may be collaborating with, they could send you technical staff to support all staff to support in a specific area within the TVET that is of interest. Or you could have even staff exchange programs, which are part of technology transfer. You have some of your staff move to Malaysia. You have a partner in Malaysia who happens to send some technical staff for training. Sometimes there could be equipment that have been donated, and possibly for specialized training, it becomes easier to send an engineer on site or to send a technocrat on site to train the technologists and the tutors to ensure that there is a lot of technology transfer occurring before even the use of the equipment. They indicate the total number of in-post staff who are non-Kenyans offering technical, that's the core mandate, which is training and research and innovation and technology transfer within the TVET's mandates. So of course, what you're asking you, the data now will be, there is a table that you're saying of approved staff establishment. This is an example of what we anticipate to get. So you have the various departments, the approved establishment in electrical and electronics engineering course is 27, those who are in post are 22. So there's a variance of -5. Then mechanical engineering, the same. Now we have the number. We have the number that's in there all the way, maybe to the last department, which is business studies, where we are saying the total in the establishment. The approved establishment, this department should have 60 staff. Those are the approved establishment. Then the one that are on in-post is 19, which means this department has a deficit of 41 trainers or staff. So that one gives us also the total number. The total number of approved establishment is 274 against those that are in-post, which is 146. And the variance is 128, meaning that you have a shortage of staff with a value of 128. So the question would come in terms of STI reporting, what does this bring on board? This one now informs how well our TVETs equipped in terms of dealing with matters of STNI. In terms of training capacity, although that TVET's core mandate is training and technology transfer, and also the aspect of innovations. Are we having a case of established or in terms of staff who are able to support that, or we have a deficit? I saw most recently the public service advertise various vacancies within the TVETs for applications. And the purpose of these vacancies is to try and bridge this gap in terms of the reports. So this report is able to inform the whole of government. What are the challenges that are coming in terms of STA implementation, in terms of human resource capacity to develop the next workforce? So we are able to tell which institutions have the highest deficit, which institutions have the lowest deficit, and how can this aspect of bridging this gap of capacity be well established, and possibly reduce the staff capacity and challenges that are within that. Then we go to table 4, that's dealing with human resource capacity. So in table 4, we have what the DG was explaining. There is an aspect of 4 areas. We have a table of HR, field of study, within the 5 areas, field of study, natural sciences, engineering and technology, medical health sciences, agriculture and veterinary sciences, humanities and social sciences. Then we have by qualifications on top, PhD, masters, bachelor, diploma technicians, and recognition of prior learning. Then we have in terms of gender, male and female, and we have in terms of age, greater than 50 or less than 50. This one also informs quite a number of other aspects of human resource. Like now, if we look at the recognition of prior learning, this one is supposed to ensure, have organizations or agencies been able to bring on board people who have not gone through the, maybe what you call the formal academic process, but they have been absorbed. And I think TVETs are one of the areas that you may end up finding quite a whole number of this. We are talking about people who have gathered skills through prior learning and have been assessed. And possibly some of them may not be aware. That's the work of the Kenya National Qualification Authority, is to bring on board people who have gone through a prior learning process, acquired skills and competencies, then working with the National Industrial Training Authority they have come up with a grading system to which they're able to pick staff to work within the main or in case in terms of service delivery. So examples are like the mechanics that we have. Some of them have reached up to grade up to Form 4, others up to Standard 8, but they have years of experience and they're able to handle issues of automotive repair, maintenance, and engagement. So is there a way of which you can get somebody who has gone up to Form 4, but has spent 5, 6, 7, or 10 years as a mechanic? Is he able to be certified and assessed to a qualification that could be equivalent to a certificate, technician certificate, a craft certificate, or a diploma certificate in automotive, and is able to provide that service, either as support within the technicians, could have other fields of not necessarily engineering, other fields that exist, like tailoring and dressmaking, who have been there for quite some time, and they're able to do very good tailoring and dressmaking designs for clothes and uniforms and suits. And those skills can be competently be evaluated under what we call a cognition of prior running through direct or indirect skills assessment process. So the next table now is to do with research, science, technology, innovation, facilities, and equipment. So still categorized under the 5 categories of sciences. Those are natural sciences, which is engineering, medical, agriculture, and humanities. Then you have the data or name of equipment, date it was installed. If it's known, you can write the date, the year. If it's unknown, just write unknown. Where do you get this equipment in the location? Is it a laboratory? Is it a workshop? Is it a plant? Is it a roundry block? Is it a library? Is it an audiovisual room? All those aspects of where you can get this equipment. What's the cost of the equipment? Use and capabilities. It is for analysis, for measurement, for training, for testing, for drilling. All those aspects are able to be brought on board. Then it's also good to have information on the equipment is in a working condition or not. So we are emphasizing that we get equipment above the cost of $500,000, that's 500,000. I know if we were to put all the equipments within the institution, they may be like 100. So you're wondering, do you have to list all the 100? No, just take the ones that have a value of $500,000 and above. And this one is based on the standards that we would want to know, as the DG had said during her presentation. Do you have these equipment settled somewhere? Would you have the technical having some equipment that are not in optimal use? And possibly if there is a technical training in Juja or a technical training in Gatanga, possibly they can also make use of the same equipment or the same laboratory if it has some equipment that can be used for a specific training to give on hands-on skills. So this one allows us to know if we were to get a specific equipment, how would you get it? Is it in working condition? Can it be shared? You may not as I even sometimes need to share, possibly like what you're talking about, biological equipments. Cyber may need to conduct analysis. So you may not need an institution to travel all the way from Kisumu to Nairobi to bring an analysis of an equipment that is available at Maseno University or Masinde Muliro University, and the same TVET can be able to use that equipment on an agreement format to which you are able to agree on. You could also have an equipment which other TVETs could be interested in, and possibly if it's not in optimal use, then you can come up with a framework of sharing and engaging in that area. Sorry. The next table deals with R&D or RST&I expenditure. So we are saying based on what the government has committed and the president said, and in the what we call the Better Manifesto bottom-up economic transformation agenda, it reads that the government is focused on spending 2% of the operational budget. And in this, we are trying to see how much are we currently doing. So this information helps us in 2 ways. One, establish a base value. And establishing that base value gives us information. How much is your institution spending on RST&I? So at least 2%. If you are below 2%, it's still okay. You at least if you identify that you're at 0.8, that's a good baseline, which you can be able to start working within your strategy and saying that in the next 5 years, by 2027, we'll be moving with 0.3. And if you multiply by 5, you could be at 2.2 or 2.3 by 2027. So first, it helps you establish the baseline of where your current status is. And two, it helps you to develop a strategy that is informed, that possibly you are below 2% and your target is to do resource mobilization, STI prioritization to ensure that you're able to move within that 2%. However, you could still find that it's above. Maybe you're at 5%, at 10%. That's good, well, and something to maintain, that you are going to maintain or move higher than 5% if your baseline gives you 10%. So for the purposes of entries in this, I'll just go through the first entry. Most of us are public institutions for TVETs. So they get their funding from the ministry. And that means that there is exchequer grants. So majority of your funding come from exchequer grants. We have 8 columns. I'll start with column 2 and column 3. Column 2 and column 3, they give you total development budget and annual recurrent budget. So basically, according to the government funding processes, your budget is divided into 2, what we call development budget and recurrent budget. So development budget is the money spent for capital programs. Like now, if you are constructing a laboratory, an administration block, an office block, so any money that goes towards construction, it's counted as a development budget. And that budget is fixed for that purpose. So then you have a recurrent budget. A recurrent budget is the money that you're going to use for other activities that are not capital assets in financing. So, and recurrent budgets can be divided into 3 main areas. The first area is the remuneration. So if you are spending money on salaries of staff and others, that's what you may call remuneration account. The second one is operations and expenditure. Operations and maintenance, sorry. The operations and maintenance are the money that you spend on operations and the maintenance within the organization. It's part of recurrent budget. These are things like maintenance of equipment, maintenance of your motor vehicle. If you are doing rent, you are paying rent, there is rent amount. Other aspects of operations would involve fuel. So all those aspects will come under what you're calling operations and maintenance budgets. Then we have the third aspect of recurrent budget. The third aspect of recurrent budget is what you call an operational budget. This is a budget that you use for your day-to-day operations, just like the word says. Like now, if you're having a meeting and you need to, things like travel costs, things like that you're involved, maybe buying chemicals and all that, if you're dealing with such cases. So all this involves operational cost that is in it. So the fourth column is dealing with an operational budget. So an operational budget is part of a recurrent budget that involves operational activities within the organization. This is the money that you spend on your day-to-day activities. Then the fifth column has the annual R&D budget. This is a budget that you put aside for RST&I activities. So if you have not set aside this budget, then possibly there is need to come up with a formula to which the finance team can help you to set aside the money that you would be sending for R&D. Like now, if you are attending workshops, conferences, you are attending exhibitions, robotics, competitions, you are attending activities that involve science, or you are spending on activities that involve science, buying new equipment, to repair the ones that are in the workshop, or doing repair and maintenance of aspects that would be involve STI opportunities. Because we say that there is maintenance of vehicles. That one may not necessarily be counted as part of STI. But if you are doing a repair of an engineering equipment that you use within the lab, then that budget can be accounted as an STI budget. So based on the way you develop your budgets, you're able to get at what time at this point, because basically you're already spending money on R&I activities. So how much are you spending on that? That one will become a budget representation. Then the last 3 columns are dealing with expenditures. That means the spending. The first 5 columns are dealing with budgets. And even as you return your first quarter reports, we anticipate the first 5 columns have entries. You should have figures because you already have a budget. Like now you're moving to 2023, 2024. You're already preparing the budgets for the next financial year. So we anticipate that in the first quarter reporting on the next financial year, the first 5 columns will not be blank. They will have some entries for that. Then expenditure happens at the end of the quarter. So you have the actual quarter operational expenditure. This is a quarter expenditure that you have spent on the operational budget. Then you have actual quarter expenditure on R&D. How much are you spending on R&D that quarter? And the last column will have the cumulative expenditure for R&D. So that means for now you are reporting that quarter. So you should have a cumulative budget for first quarter on R&D, second quarter R&D, and third quarter R&D. So one is a cumulative budget, cumulative expenditure of the R&D. Then automatically the last column, which is the 9th column, will compute. There are formulas already put into place. Will compute what percentage of your R&D expenditure to the operational expenditure you're already doing. So if you have donor partners, you can be able to put the budgets that they are putting in. If you have appropriations in aid, these are income generating projects that you could have. If you have a farm and you're selling farm produce, vegetables, milk products, yogurt, and other things. So all these will come under appropriations in aid, and the entries will be entered in that column appropriately within that budget. Then we have the next table deals with collaborative research. So collaborative research means that if you have any projects that are undergoing as a TVET, either through government funding or through other partners, then you're able to put the data within this table. You give the name of the project, then the principal investigator. If it is not assigned to any specific PI, then the principal of the TVET is by default the assigned, because the one who signs that agreement is by default the principal investigator. But if the project has a PI who has been appointed or who is an applicant, successful applicant of that project, the start date, the end date, and the status of completion. Then the sources of funding, are they GOK? Are they A&A? Are they coming from the development partner, private sector, county government? Then you can give the name of the partner and the funding that is coming into it. Note for this table, you only enter projects that are active. They could have begun in 2022, they are closing in 2023. It's okay. They could have begun in 2023, for 3 years, they went in 2026. That's okay. But if they began in 2019, but they ended in 2022, 30th June, then they do not qualify to be entered in this table. So you only put active projects. And as long as that project has been active this financial year, from 1st of July 2022 to 30th of June 2023, then it qualifies as an entry within this level. So when you're talking about a collaborative research project, it could be a project that is funded by the government. That means it may not say have other partners outside. Or you could have projects that are within, funded by both the government and external players. It could also involve multiple entries. You could have between TVET and the county government, TVET and another TVET, TVET and a university, TVET and an NGO, non-governmental organization. So all those can be entered within this table as long as there are projects that are known or programs that are ongoing. The next table is outputs. So remember we talked about inputs. So programs and projects are examples of research, technology, and innovation inputs. For you to have an output, you must have an input. So you find yourself having a lot of outputs, but you have written, when it comes to projects and programs, you're saying none, then it will be very interesting to understand how the linking is. So always ensure that if you have the inputs that have been fed into this, they also feed to the outputs that come within the next aspect. So the outputs could be in terms of peer-reviewed journals, books, policy briefs, reviewed reports. There could be IPs, patents, trademarks, or utility models. And they could go all the way to memorandum of understanding, technologies transferred, products developed, if you're developing products, developing soaps, detergents, sanitizers, all those are projects that are developed from a process that is scientifically known, whether it's a chemical process within the institution or any other. If you're developing yogurts and other aspects of food, all these are products that you are coming out with, and you're able to come out to see how they are able to move within your outputs. You could also have an incubation center for technologies or an incubation center for innovations. So how many technologies or innovations does your student come up with, and how are you trying to incubate them? That's a whole other aspect, which NACOSTI and Kenya National Innovation Agency are collaborating, especially to support institutions. Then there are copyrights. You're developing curriculums, you're developing teaching materials. Are those materials not copyrighted? So these are an area that are found in most cases. Most events are not able to protect. You develop materials and you do not copyright them. So it's a higher time that you start copyrighting that knowledge that you have put into those documents or into those teaching and lecture materials that you develop, and possibly for purposes of ensuring that you're also protected for use. For those dealing with agriculture, there is what we call plant breeder rights, and possibly there is a whole information behind that. Then there is a remark. As a DG said, this information is cumulative. I would give an example. Like now you could say we have copyrights, 2 of them, under humanities and social sciences. If these 2 were done between January and March, they should be written like that. However, these 2 should be added to what was there in first quarter and second quarter, such that if you have other copyrights that you have done the previous quarters, they will still be added to the third quarter. So that in your note, you will be saying there will be 16, but 2 of them are the ones that have been added between January and March. That's the third quarter reporting. But from 1st of July to 31st of December, there were other 14 copyrights that were already done. And that one we just need to put it within the remarks section of your document. And this one applies across all tables, from the human resource table to equipment, to R&D budgets, to the outputs, to programs, which are ST outputs. All this is cumulative. So that by the end of fourth quarter, you should be able to tell us what the current status of your entries are, and possibly what additions have you done within the remarks section within that quarter. Then last but not least is to do with RSTI dissemination. You have outputs. You need to disseminate them. What media are you using to disseminate? Do you have social media handles for your TVET or tertiary institution? Do you post there within? So if you are starting new programs for training, you have tried a new curriculum for training within the TVET, and you are targeting the Generation Z, the 18 to 25. You can't print that program in the newspaper. They really not go for print media. That's a generation for social media. So the key aspect of learning in dissemination is ensure that the people you engage within the training process are people who are within the targets. So if you are targeting an age of 45 to 60, you may not find them in Facebook and Twitter, but you may find those reading newspapers. So we advise whatever mechanisms you decide to use to disseminate your RSTI output. Make sure you get the target audience, because you want to reach a target audience, and you want to check what kind of medium do you use so as to be effective in terms of your RSTI dissemination process. And with that, I think that's the key aspects of the tables. So what I'll do now is to spend the next few minutes, maybe 6 or 5, just to take you through what the mechanisms for reporting is, for those that have been new. For those that have been able to do it previously, it hasn't changed. It's the same media that we have been using in terms of reporting. So just give me a moment to just go into that. So as I said, for those who are moving to the indicator for the first time, you just need to go to nacosti.go.ke. So it takes you to the Nacosti main website. And from the main website, you are supposed to have this window. So from this window, you are able to move to PCs for MDAs, where I'm pointing. There is a menu bar for performance contracting for ministries, departments, and agencies. You're able to click that menu. It brings you to this indicator for this financial year. It gives you some intro, what the indicator involves. And more specifically, it gives you what MDAs are anticipated to do. So at the end of this financial year, which comes within the end of this quarter, this fourth quarter, so you'll be assessed on this indicator based on these three primary score areas. One, whether you have developed or implemented the Sti Mainstreaming strategy using the template that has already been covered before, it will carry 30 marks. Develop and implement annual work plans for the TVET or tertiary institution in Sti Mainstreaming, it will carry 50 marks. And submit quarterly and annual reports to Nacosti using the template provided or this platform that is provided from the website. So within this page, there are quite a number of resources. I will not go through them, but I'll mention them. So there is a place where you can get the summary of this indicator. If you're not sure what the PC indicator involves as a summary, there is a work plan in Word where you can download. If you have not developed a work plan, instead of developing it from the scratch, there is a template that can guide you on how to develop it. If you have not developed the strategy, this is where you get the strategy under the tab for strategy. If you want some guidance on developing the strategy, there is a guide on how to develop an STI strategy. If you're not sure what the responsibilities of the focal persons and champions are, there is a link. Although the training has been done by my colleague, the TORs for the focal person, the TOR for the STI champion are provided there. Then the list of institutions implementing the cycle. Then for the institutions that submitted last 18th cycle for the financial year, you can get your scores here. You can download the document for the scores for the last financial year for this STI indicator within the last tab. So allow me to go, once you come here and you go to reporting and you click this link. So this link for that quarter reporting will bring you to this window. And it will give you a phase of this aspect for the quarter 3. So from here, you are able to download the tables for filling. So the tables have been set for formulas for you. We have just gone through the tables. You download the tables. Then the documentary evidence that is required for this PC reported is written here. So you just click I'm not a robot and you can click next to continue with the reporting process. It will ask you under what category do you fall into. You can say you fall under TVETs and tertiary institutions. Then you click next. So just like I would say here, I fall under state corporations and click next. I will select National Commission for Nacosti. So from there, I will be able to click next. I will say my county headquarters is in Nairobi. The CEO of my institution is Professor Walter Oyawa. Next. So there is this LED indicator showing that's mandatory. So you cannot jump that. But there are places where this red star is not existing. That tells you it's not mandatory. So depending on the TVET, there is a mandatory ones you must fill. Yeah? Have you appointed a focal person? Yes. Provide the details. That's the name, the phone number, the email address, and a copy of the appointment letter. So if there is a copy to which the appointment letters is attached to, then you are able to provide that. And in case you do a long attachment, you just click on this, delete, to delete for you so that you don't upload the long document. So if you find yourself uploading the long document, there is always an opportunity to click delete and you're able to make sure that whatever document you have uploaded is a correct document for your evidence. And you continue. If you did training, which month? So if it is 5th of April, like the ones you're having today, you can be able to add. And of course, you continue. The process is continuous. So maybe the last part is this. If you are developing strategy for the first time, then you say you have not developed strategy, so that you can be guided to the link to the website where I've just shown you to get a template, and you're able to access the guide to help you develop. If you have already developed, which majority of you have been sufficiently able to do that, so they need to attach a copy of that signed template. So there's the copy signed, both the strategy and the work plan, depending on what you requested, then you'll be moving to stream B. If you say the answer here is no, you'll be taken to stream A, meaning that you are going to have slightly different activities from there. Then from there, you attach the documents that you have gone through, the 6 tables. Then you can go next. If you do not have the documentary evidence and possible you may want, you can save and continue later. You can click this button here, save and continue later. So it will save your status and you can continue later in that process of filling. And with that, Chair, I would wish to stop here and give room for questions, if any.
Dear participants, I'm moderating this session. I'm David. Can we have questions? 3 ago. Johanna? Johanna? Unmute. Maxwell? Maxwell, unmute. You unmute them at this point. Maxwell or Johanna, anyone to go first? Unmute. We can't hear you. Okay, maybe we can take those ones which were in the chat. And we had a question that you're asking whether it's possible to be issued with a certificate. I guess it's after this training. And the other one is the implications for physical training to institutions. Who go first?
Certificate. Okay. I think maybe for clarification, for the sensitization, we do not issue certificates, but for training we do. Because sensitization is just to bring in the aspect of understanding of the indicator. But when there is a training, that means it takes longer than a day, if I'm not wrong, maybe 2-3 days. So if a training is taking a day or more, then we issue certificates for that as a training. But for sensitization, it's just a short aspect to ensure that you're able to link, like I have the activity.
Cost implication.
Okay, the physical training is based on the modules. I don't know to what aspect it is, because there are 2 kinds of physical training. You could have an institution where they're asking for resource persons to come and train them. So that one, I think that you write to the DG's office and is able to guide accordingly institution per institution. But the ones that we host as NACOSTI for physical to physical, there are cost implications, but that ones are communicated depending on the number of days and where we are hosting it. Because if there are some cost implications, there is a way we try to compute to ensure that we have a leverage in terms of we don't overcharge, and we also ensure that we also give a facility that will be able to meet the needs of our trainers. So there are quite a number of dynamics in that. I think the last one that was done physical to physical was 25. That was held in Naivasha last, if I'm not sure, last 2022 December. So we have 2021 December, sorry. So we have not had another STI physical face-to-face training. But that one also depends on the request. If we get too high number of requests, then they would guide us on organizing a face-to-face training, which can be organized and communicated to the focal persons on time.
Dear participants, can we have Maxwell unmute? Maxwell? Maxwell? Yes, yes. Okay, that's okay. Okay, yeah. Okay, participants, there's a question, there was a query, maybe Dr. Gigi will answer that.
Okay, thank you, Session Chair. There were issues around the multi-sectoral conference. I want to take this opportunity to request a participant from different institutions. The representation is so good, so we're happy about that. So we are requesting you to, on the side chart to indicate those who are interested to participate in the multi-sectoral, but particularly the issues of the exhibitions, so that we are able to, for the purpose planning, would really benefit for you indicating if you're interested to participate. Of course, the booth, there will be some small charges, but we will engage as the demand. And recall the DG had indicated it on first come, first served. So kindly take the opportunity and just indicate if you are interested, so that for our planning purposes, the cost will be communicated. Of course, there will be some charges around that, but the benefit will outweigh that. Thank you. So that going forward, we're able to plan for you.
Participants, any other questions? Participants? Sifuna, unmute.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Fine, I'm Sifuna from Sangalo Institute of Science and Technology. I wanted just to acknowledge that it has been good that you have given us the information on the reporting. But again, I've had some hitches with you people of Nakosti. When we call upon you, like I had a capacity building, that was the other month. I wrote a letter to the TG, then you didn't even respond. When I had a lot of, lecturers and trainers for all over, like 100. So you missed on that, and it was not good on our side. It didn't give us the impression. That's one. So next time you should also actually come in fully. Two, I wanted just to know, how do we get this information? For example, they have told us that there is that multi-sectoral conference, and we want to participate. We have projects, and our principals, they know that there is money elements. They will always want, for example, invitation letters. Okay, so we wish you people to just give us invitation letters. We give to those principals, because they know we have exhibition, but the element of money is an issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sifuna.
Yes.
We'll react to that. The other one is Andrew. Okay, as we wait for more participants, there are some queries on the chat which we are going to answer.
15 minutes. Thank you. I hope you can hear me. I want to respond to, there are two questions by Jonah Rono, where you're asking whether an appointment letter carried for 3 years to avoid yearly appointment. Yes, as we said, procedurally, these standing committees normally run for 3 years, so that can be reflected in the letter, either in body or in spirit, or probably in the reflection of if you have a procedure, an internal PMS procedure, that of course, you know, you're not only forming this committee, there are many other committees, and ideally committees that are implementing indicators under PC for other specialized agencies normally run for 3 years. So as a standard, yes, you can reflect that in the letter, or you can say in compliance of the internal procedure, but yes, that can be reflected so that you don't appoint every 3 years. But of course, situations happen. If the focal person on champions leaves before the time, then there is that reappointment. Then the next question from Mr. John Rono, at times approval for staff establishment takes time. What is to be uploaded? Is it the previous approved document or current an approved document? Number one, to start with, establishment is an instrument of HR, which ideally is already approved because it is part and parcel. If you look at your strategic plan, this is part of what you're supposed to, under institutional capacity. This is one of the things that you need to put to be part and part as you put the organizational structure, the ornogram that is, and of course the establishment, they are part and parcel. So they're already approved. But remember, when you're reporting in that template, you're also giving the input. You are basically saying yes, because the establishment in most cases will look at it from either the next 5 years. How do you want it to look like? Of course, when you talk about 5 years, on a yearly basis, you have indicated the numbers, but there is always the issue of who is there at that particular time. So yes, you report basically with the numbers that you have. The establishment, but the attachment is the approved establishment. You normally have it, and this is approved in advance. For example, when you reviewed your strategic plan, or when you're developing your career guidelines, or when we did the job evaluation by SRC just the other day, most of MDAs and their instruments approved accordingly with other documents. So yes, you should attach the approved one, but when you're filling, if you look at that table, you have the input part where you fill that. Then I think your next question, Jonah, was answered about region. The DG answered that. And maybe to emphasize what our chair, Sti Mainstreaming has said, please indicate if you're interested to participate in the multi-sectoral conference so that for planning purposes, it becomes easier. So just in the chat, kindly comment so that that information can be critical, can be used in terms of planning for the same. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Javan. I would ask Dr. Ngigi to respond to the Sifunas, the ones you talked of not getting an acknowledgement, and the ones where most participants are interested is on exhibitions in the terms of the multi-sectoral conference coming up.
Okay. Yes, thank you for that. Yes, Sifuna, I think, thank you for the feedback. It was unfortunate that we missed that opportunity. Definitely going forward, we will really take advantage of such opportunities so that we are able to help the process and reach out to more stakeholders. It's an unfortunate, definitely we will not miss such opportunity in the future. The issues of multi-sectoral participation, I just want to indicate that NACOST has extended the invitation to all the focal persons, all the champions across your institution, just demonstrating the importance of the focal personal champions, the role you play in your institution. So the letters are already out to specific, and I believe some of you have already received the letters. It is true, there are the issues of cost. We are appealing to your institution to support you in that regard. But of course, what we are saying is it's a forum to showcase what we are doing. So it will be a worthwhile investment in that regard. So we're really looking to have most of you available. And that's why we have taken this opportunity, particularly to the TVET, to ask you to show interest, particularly on the innovation exhibitions. So for planning purposes, because you are our key stakeholders when it comes to exhibitions. So it is your opportunity. But for focal person and champions, those who have been invited individually, and your CEOs and principals have been invited as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gige, for that response. Dear participants, I think whatever any other question or concern you have, you can put it on the chat. And when you're indicating you'll be participating in multi-sector, it's also important that you indicate the kind of exhibition so that we have an idea. And I think with that, but dear participants, we want to close the session. We thank you very much for your participation. And because the number is still very high, we appreciate your support in this endeavor. Thank you and God bless.